shining light, all you can eat till morning light. Undead minions rise, but they stay calm, blading with their secret charm. With every bite they laugh and jest. At Beaver's shelter they find their rest. Captain Pav with a twirl and a spin, GONxFREAKS with a grin always wins. Their rhythm sharp, their timing right. In the darkest hour they bring the light. When the world falls apart and darkness creeps, our duet of heroes, their watch they keep. At Beavers where hope and laughter meet, feasting on love in their victory seat. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on the town, dance with zombies, never feeling down. In the moonlight shadows gently chase, they fight the night with a smile on their face. TeamVenture, hands held tight, facing endless hordes ready to fight. At Beavers they retreat, enjoying all you can eat. Oh, what a treat. They laugh as they dodge each zombie bite. In sync they turn wrong into right, with wit as sharp as a silver blade, painting the town in an undead serenade. TeamVenture, hearts so bold, surviving chaos, tales yet untold. Under night skies they dine, at Beavers where the neon signs shine. Dawn breaks, they rest their weary heads, counting blessings, never tears they shed. In a world gone mad they find their peace, hand in hand their laughter does not cease. TeamVenture, bound by fate, facing endless hordes at the gate. Back at Beaver's end of day, all you can eat in the moonlight's red. Under the moonlight, with a groan and a sigh, Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, they're ready to fly through endless hordes, one step at a time. In the zombie apocalypse, they're feeling sublime. With a swing of a bat and a flash of a blade, TeamVenture moves, their courage won't fade. They laugh in the face of a world gone mad. At Beavers they'll feast, there's no reason to be sad. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And at Beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage, Gon brings the brawn. Each fight fight makes them stronger. Each night they survive through despair and laughter. They come alive in the heart of chaos where hope can seem slim. They find their own rhythm on a rugged whim, sharing stories and meals under stars so bright. Together they conquer the endless night. When the sun starts to rise and the streets turn to gold, like beavers they rest, tales of bravery retold. Life's simple pleasures, they're all they desire. In a world so cold, it's their warmth, their fire. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And as beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage gone brings the brawn. Each fight makes them stronger, each night they survive. Through despair and laughter, they come alive. In the heart of chaos where hope can seem slim, they find their own rhythm on a rugged whim, sharing stories and meals under stars so bright. Together, they conquer the endless night.
Welcome. All right. Welcome everyone to the first edition of TeamVenture World News. Looking forward to a great time with you all this afternoon. If you have any thoughts about anything we're talking about, feel free to leave them in the comments. We'd love to chat with you all today. A little bit of housekeeping just to note, TeamVenture Gaming is for entertainment and information purposes only. We are personalities, and this is our reaction to the world politics. Nothing that we say today necessarily reflects any of our views. So just to get that out of the way, let's get started. So today we have Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS. We're going to be looking at lots of good stuff. First episode, yeah, baby. We'll see how this goes. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We have some cool stuff lined up. Freaky is supposedly hopping on in just a moment, but while we wait, I recently came across some very, very funny little cartoon things. These things are hilarious. This Al Berry show, if you have not seen it, I definitely recommend it. I have a link to it in the description, but I will also drop it into the chat. This guy is hilarious, so let's...
Donald, as someone who's 1/1000th Iranian, I can tell you bombing Iran just because they were making nuclear weapons to use on the United States was completely Islamophobic. Elizabeth, all I did was mostly peacefully bomb Iran. They tried to attack us in return, but it was like a child with severe muscular dystrophy trying to fight Mike Tyson. I made them look like a bunch of sandy baloney ponies, and it led to a very successful ceasefire deal.
Donald, Israel just broke the ceasefire.
Oh, God damn it, what the hell happened?
Well, the ceasefire was going great for a couple hours. Then Benjamin Netanyahu told the Grand Ayatollah he's so dumb he's the turban tard. So the Grand Ayatollah said, "Is that smell gefilte fish or did you forget to shower?" That's when Netanyahu complained to the IDF and ordered the strikes on Iran.
Oh, God damn it. All right, I'll call Netanyahu. Benjamin, you have no idea what you're doing. I demand you stop the fighting immediately. I'm coming to the Middle East right now and we're gonna settle this.
Donald, he started it.
He told me that the title of Grand Ayatollah sounds like the name of a crappy motel chain in Las Vegas.
Only after you said, "How does a Jewish man change a light bulb?" He hires his nephew to do it.
Donald, is someone...
I don't know how easy it is to create these little cartoons, but this is like... These showed up in my feed one day, and I just can't stop watching them. Whoever did these is freaking genius. But anyway, Al Berry show. Definitely check it out. Give him a like.
The NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me.
So how is this going around now? Apparently everyone's calling Trump daddy. I can't So someone at the UN called Trump daddy, and apparently so is Marco. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but Trump daddy, whatever.
If he does it, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionately. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning.
And who is this lady? Like, she's like setting him up. Like, are the other countries your children? Are you Big Daddy looking after the world? Like, yes, of course it's Big Daddy looking after the world, you bitch! What the hell you think?
And I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this is a big day for NATO.
By Secretary General Mark Rutte. In The Hague, Trump discussed the role of U.S. brokering a ceasefire between... Was this not recorded? Can we see him saying it? But yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time he's referred to people like this either. You know, sometimes you just got to duke it out. He said the same thing about, you know, Russia and Ukraine. If they want to just keep fighting, you know, at some point. I mean, and this even come up in my own life. Like, I've had, you know, unpleasant interactions with other people in business or whatever. And, yeah, everyone wants to see him fall. It is unreal. And I don't understand. And it's a little bit hard. Like, is she trying to like set him up to give him some sort of out, or trying to set him up as like a gotcha? And it's like every time it's like, Jesus Christ, people, like, I don't get it. But sometimes even in business, like if you have a bad interaction, you know, I've told someone like, go ahead, if you gotta like punch me in the face, whatever, if it get you off your fucking period and you move on, like, let's go. Like, I don't get it. Like, sometimes you just gotta fucking have it out with someone and then you move on. It's not that big a deal. And
They
then
had a
he's
big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
Hold on, I missed it. It is recorded. Is this guy?
They've had a big fight, like two kids in a
Hold on. We're gonna slow it down.
schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language.
Yes, he was so happy about it. Here, huh? Freaky!
There he is.
Yeah, it would help if I actually joined you into the audio, huh?
Probably, yeah. Then I could ask questions. So what are we doing here? What's our plan?
Well, we're currently live reacting to news, if you weren't aware of it.
I wasn't really, but apparently I was supposed to be.
Yeah, so pop into our channel and let's go.
Well, what do I need? What are we reacting to? Or am I not streaming? Am I just joining you?
Just follow along. It's gonna be too hard to have both going.
Like
or you just have to stream what I'm doing. But so apparently this guy, what's his name? What's this guy's name? NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte apparently was talking with Trump right here.
You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes.
Let him fight for 2 or 3 minutes, and then this guy pops in and says, Daddy's got to use strong language, and they burst out laughing. But I think this has been coming up more and more. They're trying to position Trump as the daddy of the world, effectively. All these countries bickering, and Big Daddy Trump got to come along and lay down the law, drop the hammer, drop the midnight hammer, as it were.
You get a little spanking. Step out of line.
And now they're, it's not even, they're saying the quiet part out loud. I keep hearing that all the time now. They're saying the quiet part out loud. Everybody know Big Daddy Trump gonna come to the rescue and he gonna lay down the law. And I don't know if you saw this. Do you have audio on your end? Can you hear this? Or I can put it through the headphones.
All right, meantime, a new migrant detention center is getting a lot of attention, and it's in Florida. The attention is thanks to its very unique security system.
This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity.
39 square miles, 10,500 foot long runway. So this is in Florida. They are building Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz?
Now,
new migrant detention center project in Everglades. Man, it's hot there.
Now, do you think this is for alligators? We're sending alligators to jail, or
I think we're gonna make a little island in the Everglades for people to be detained, and it's going to be surrounded by alligators because it's in the Everglades.
It is, and they said, well, watch this.
You can build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons.
Not much waiting, but alligators and pythons.
Not good times, that's what's for sure.
Alligator Alcatraz. I couldn't believe this. I saw this new migrant detention center.
And leeches, don't forget.
Oh my God.
Yeah, leeches in those waters. And caimans, which are like little baby alligators, and you think they're cute until they bite your hand off.
Well, yeah, they bite the shit out of you and don't let go. And they, yeah, exactly. And this is just because we can't send bitches to fucking El Salvador without all them fucking zombocrats just fucking freaking the fuck out. So now we gotta build a fucking alligator Alcatraz in the middle of fucking Florida?
I don't know about. I see the logic, I guess. He's right, though. You don't need to put a lot into the perimeter.
You do not need to put a lot into the perimeter, but
watch the roads.
But at the same time, this guy just jumped right into action. Who is this? DeSantis? He's like, fuck it. We need somewhere to put him. Guess what? And then talk about that.
It's called Alligator Alcatraz, and it's expected to be operational by next month. Joining me now is the man who came up with this idea. It's Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer. Mr. Attorney General, thanks for being with us here today.
This guy came up with the idea. What is there to come up with? This has been a plot of how many movies or like books or anything? Like for all of history, you fucking put an alligator outside and they go out there and they die. I don't understand. How's this? This guy came up with it?
He made movies about this, like Gator Traz or something.
But how they gonna say this guy came up with it? If there hasn't been a movie
called Gator Traz, there will be now.
Before I get into the specifics and details, which I have a lot of curiosities about Alligator Alcatraz, how did this happen? Where did the inspiration come from to convert this spot in the Everglades?
Inspiration.
Sure. Well, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida's become pretty good at responding to states of emergency, and that's really what the illegal immigration crisis is. Just last week, we pulled MS-13 members off the streets in Orlando. The week before, it was criminal alien human traffickers and sex predators. We stand by President Trump, and we're going to do everything we can to support that administration in their efforts. Thank God they're protecting American families. But our success in arrests is filling up the jails quickly, so we need additional detention space. In this location,
they are so successful, they done filled up the whole jail already. They said we done filled the whole damn thing, and we need some more space.
Bigger buildings.
Is ideal because of its surrounding area. It's a low-cost, already developed 30 square mile area surrounded by the Everglades. So Alligator Alcatraz has a nice ring to it, and we're going to get it up and running as soon as possible.
The fuck in.
The number of my question is something like 39,000.
Why didn't they do this earlier? Because the idea of
having El Salvador was probably still cheaper than the alligators.
Prison seems like a pretty secure prison. Although I think this maybe shouldn't be called a prison. It's a detention center. Isn't that different?
I think it is. It's the new migrant detention center.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not prison. You are detained by alligators.
That's more like, I mean, my understanding would be more like what Ellis Island was back in the day. You have to bring people in. You got to check them for like tuberculosis and mumps.
Oh
and
no,
stuff.
that's not what this is. This is not this.
This is
you're a bad person.
This is came here illegally. We found out.
This is exactly. We can't deport you for some stupid reason because the damn Democrats are fucking idiots. So we're gonna put you here instead, and they can shut the fuck up about it.
It is a prison. Well, at least it's not in El Salvador. They should be grateful.
So it is a prison.
Currently up to
but it's an American prison.
There's a stated goal to arrest roughly 3,000
exactly. It's in America.
Day, so
like
you're
shut
responding
up.
to a need, to a demand for more detention centers, more space. Let's talk about alligator.
We feed you and you get your shots.
Everglades surrounds this would-be prison. Like you're talking about minimal security and natural barriers and elements. Help me understand. Like how far to civilization?
Yeah, it's miles and miles once you get down there. This is right smack dab in the middle. It was built, back in the 60s and 70s with the idea to be a large airport. There's an 11,000-foot runway which will enable large planes to come in and out that can carry hundreds and hundreds of people as we are working to detain and deport them out of this country. But there'll be some light infrastructure. We'll have a perimeter, but at the end of the day, Mother Nature presents the ultimate perimeter, and it's why this is the great spot for a detention facility. Okay.
Mother Nature did all the damn work. She said, "Put them here, and I'll keep track of them for you."
I know this is going to shock you, but there are already protests underway about the construction of Alligator Alcatraz.
Oh yeah. Well, the problem is it's good. They said they're going to have this thing up and running. I thought they said by the end of the month, but I think they mean next month. But he said within a month they're going to have like 5,000 beds open. So they can fucking complain all the fuck they want. They said we're doing it.
State-of-the-art facilities if it's surrounded by alligators.
Exactly. You just got to throw some beds out there and call it a day.
You got some beds and here's some
You got
water.
the runway. You just fly in, fly out, say, hey, see you later.
I would have thought they
miles
just
and
have
miles
a road,
of swamp and alligators and pythons. And
yeah, not even a road.
So what does that mean?
You just like follow a safe path.
You got just you need a less secure, less robust perimeter.
Parachutes. They kick them out. They kick them out of the plane out parachutes, and you better pull the cord or you're dead, bitch. Holy crap.
You obviously need a less robust perimeter given the natural surroundings. There will certainly be additional. We're going to have staffed guards. The governor has called in the National Guard, the Florida National Guard, to help, along with other staff will support. We're also looking at other locations, at least a couple other throughout the state. We want to get 5,000 beds up and running by next month so that we can properly support the Department of Homeland Security in their mission. And I got to tell you, Secretary Noem had a great idea looking at the tens or hundreds of millions that the Biden administration was spending to put immigrants up in fancy hotels. That funding is being redirected towards these facilities, towards the deportations, and we're going to get the job done.
Reminds me of something.
Yeah, they were putting them up in hotels where they were fucking waiting in a fucking New York. You understand? That shit is expensive.
It's not even motels, just hotels. Like,
like nice.
If you change the M to an H, it's at least $100 more a night. That's ridiculous. I mean, at least the motels you can get like weekly rates and monthly rates.
Well, and you could just put up a cage, and it is way cheaper. But
that's it is a lot cheaper. Even putting a roof on said cage would be cheaper.
So that's Alligator Alcatraz. This
But now CCOT's got competition. Alligator Alcatraz.
This is actually inside
DeSantis
now.
is launching the detention center with swamp security. They had an open house this morning. Watch.
I mean, this is going to be, illegals will come in, they'll be processed, there'll be places for them to be housed, you'll have an ability for food, you'll have an ability for them to consult legal.
The illegals will be processed. Oh yeah, and people. Oh yeah, so they would put them in hotels, but they also would make you take them in your house.
What?
Yeah, I don't even know how that's fucking possible or legal or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what you get when you live in a sanctuary city. Everyone can take your stuff and give it to like the illegal immigrant. Well, I'm not even gonna say immigrants because they're not fucking immigrants. They're just illegal. Fucking
enters.
Yeah, I don't even know what that's.
They legally entered. They entered without permission.
They came in. They did.
Some might call that rape.
Yes, they raped America. Oh shit! Yeah, we're not allowed to say that. And they arred the internet of America. Anyways.
Rights if they have that.
Illegals will be processed.
So this is going to be a self-contained little area, and then of course you also have stuff for the staff that work here. So we've got laundry facilities, we've got showers, we've got obviously there you see the shower and bath.
They got laundry and showers. What the fuck else you need? And he said they got food. So in fact, those three things.
Yeah, that's like I said.
Jose better not bust out a crop. If he does, he better bring us
beds. They might even get pillows.
This is as secure as it gets. I mean, if the criminal alien were to escape from there,
these look like air conditioners. I mean, are these the beds or the air conditioners?
Dodge alligators on the way back to 50, 60 miles just to get to civilization.
They'll get water. They'll get
Homeland Security
food.
Secretary Kristi Noem joins me now. Okay, Secretary, we had a little problem with criminal migrants up in New Jersey. They broke out of a detention center. Was the idea to put it
They'll
near
get
a swamp
emergency
so it
medical
was more secure
care,
and you
too.
didn't really have to have the taxpayers pay extra for security?
Well, ever since President Trump came into office, he encouraged us to build relationships with governors.
And what the fuck else are you going to do with that land? So now you got land that you couldn't do shit with, but now at least it's generating some small amount of whatever revenue, and you can do something with it, and it's actually helpful.
I think the term land is a little questionable in this case, but
okay,
yeah.
swamp.
It's a swamp. It's a really big swamp. The main concern I would think would be environmental.
Oh yeah, this is.
It would have a. It's like putting a prison in the middle of a state park. It's like, you know. And in fact, I think the Everglades is a national forest. Or
well,
national
at that
park.
point, they can't even say shit because if it's a national fucking thing, then the president can do literally what the fuck he wants with it.
They're protected under the.
We're not hurting the property. They're just put them on top of it. It's still there.
Well, if you put it on stilts, I think it'll be okay. Actually, that would probably solve all the environmental concerns.
The damn gators!
Put it on stilts. That way they have to jump
it's a
from
win-win-win.
RFI into the water of gators. That's even harder.
Yeah. See?
You don't even have a fence. Just put it on stilts.
There you go. Anyone jumps off, it's your own problem.
Yeah. But she had to solve it for them. There we go.
But yeah,
apparently most of these protests are actually environmental. Now that I'm looking at Google.
Really? I'm surprised.
They're not.
Well, I think the environmentals are just like a front for the liberals. Honestly, they
to some degree.
I think it's like 50-50. If it's real
I would call myself
environmental
a conservationalist, which is not the same as an environmentalist, but their core goals are similar. Just how they go about doing things that are completely different. Environmentalists blow things up.
I'm not sure.
Conservationists say, how can we make it not so bad? And how can we find solutions that everyone will be able to agree with?
I mean, I think they are more based in like, this is actually a problem, or like, hey, you probably shouldn't drink this water because you're going to have parasites, or like, hey, we probably shouldn't do this because the chemicals are going to make everyone Down syndrome, or hey, you know, something
by the way,
like
don't. I wouldn't drink the water in the Everglades. There's a lot of alligator poop in that.
It's chunky.
Bird poop too. There's a lot of like birds in the Everglades. It's like a bird sanctuary for sure.
Yeah.
If you like birds, I can see you protesting against this.
Well, again, they're not like, I don't like, what are they doing? There's already a fucking runway, so it's not like they're building that.
Then
and so
I have
effectively,
no idea.
I think they're just putting up tents on like next to the runway, and that's it. Like, it's not even a big deal, people.
Well, then there you go. No big deal.
All right.
Damage
well,
is
that's
already done.
Alligator Alcatraz. Now you know. Everybody knows, and I think it's fucking awesome. And if they want to keep fucking around, they found out. Guess what? We can't send them to the prison. We'll send them into the swamp, and it's in America. So shut up.
Yep. Hey, you're in America. That's what you wanted.
Now this guy, I'm going to watch a couple things from him. This guy is the most retardedest, most stupidest, most dummiest, most idiotest. Like, I don't...
Well, don't like spoil it for us.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, form your own opinion on this beautiful content we're about to play, but, like, it's crazy. When I look at the political map, they'll, like, plot, like, where different announcers, like, lean left or right or whatever, and, like, this guy is as far in the left toilet as you can fucking go.
Oh my.
So just a heads up, if you are going to get triggered, you might want to change the channel real quick. We'll be back in about 5-6 minutes, roughly.
Donald Trump dropped some knowledge on the press corps. I mean, it's incorrect, incoherent, and insane, but he dropped it. This is just...
Incorrect, incoherent, and insane. Let's see what kind of awesome thing the President of the United States of America just told the people.
another day.
Trump accidentally mummulated?
Today, the Supreme Court handed down decisions on some major cases involving birthright citizenship and religious opt-outs for children's storybooks in public schools. And by my completely genuine and...
Look at this idiot! Like, how could you not think he's an idiot? And he's talking about birthright citizenship being ended, which, hello, thank you. And number two, this stupid, like, you can opt out your children from transgender bullshit at school if you want to. Hello. First off, it's opt out, so it should just be banned. So fuck you. You gotta opt out at least. Like, I can't even believe that is like, what?
It's
what? I gotta opt out of it? Are you fucking kidding me? It should be opt in, maybe, or just completely not allowed. You fucking retard. Holy shit.
An ecstatic smile. I think you can guess which way SCOTUS ruled.
This was a big one, wasn't it? This was a big decision. An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. Really, it's been an amazing period of time, this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit.
Yes, it's like everywhere Trump goes, people are telling him he's number one. Now, one of the decisions that Trump is celebrating involves birthright citizenship. The justices didn't actually rule on the constitutionality of the executive order Trump issued back in January. That we get to find out about in October. Exciting. But what they did do was rule in a 6-3 decision that lower court judges could not use nationwide injunctions to block illegal executive orders made by the president. And that's a delineation that Donald Trump
Oh, I like how you just slipped that the fuck in there. Illegal How is it illegal?
It's not illegal.
He can literally make an executive order for anything. This is why I can't watch this guy. Like, my brain isn't, it like, somehow it can't, like, I don't know. It makes me dumber.
I didn't know this. I heard about this, but I haven't really, like, followed it. So is it under question that birthright citizenship is like a thing?
Yeah, they're trying to take it away. Well,
okay. Who's trying to take it away?
They're trying to take it away from, like, both of your parents are illegal enterers into the United States, pooped out a baby, and now the baby is a citizen, and now everyone's crying that, the parents should be able to stay because the citizen baby.
I guess I could see that argument, but by doing it this way, then they're keeping the family together, right?
Yeah, so, exactly.
Like, if mom and dad are illegal and they have a baby and baby's not illegal, so they get deported and baby does not, then we're splitting the family apart. And the Dems really don't want us to be splitting families apart. So I think this is a great solution. You keep them together. They all get deported together.
They all get deported.
Okay.
And frankly,
no, I mean, if it takes you 20 years to figure it out and Junior is married and has a kid and he's working and stuff, then I think then you might be able to make some exceptions based on what they did while they were here, but those should be really rare.
I don't even think so, because you had 20. The argument then is you had 20 years to figure it the fuck out, and you chose not to. That's what I don't give a fuck what you did while you were here. All you did is not do what you was supposed to do. So fuck you.
Although how Junior would have gotten a social security number, I don't know. So
yeah, all these things, it's fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy. And frankly,
I guess you automatically get social security numbers when you're born here. That must be the reason.
Maybe it's just disconnected, and they don't really care if you're a citizen. If you just see a baby, it's got a social.
Well, in the past,
I can see a baby.
Immigration was
give it a number.
Better, so you didn't have millions of people coming in undocumented, as opposed to you had a handful.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was easier to come in legally than it was to try to get shot trying to cross illegally.
Oh my god! I know. How did we go from 100,000 to 0? Let's think about this. How did we do that? I don't know.
Yeah, a day.
Magic? It's fucking
a
magic.
Day or a week?
Who knows how it could have possibly? But
I saw pictures of when it was before versus how it is now, and it's completely drastic difference.
I think everyone for all time that this has ever been a law has just been like, how, like, this makes no sense. Like, everyone anyone who looked at it, like, really, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, there is no logical reason.
The reason for it was for slaves, because slaves weren't like citizens or something, and then labor. Whatever, babies and this and whatever. So it made sense. But that's over. Everyone that was affected has been affected. Let's get rid of it. It no longer applies. Fuck all y'all. And I say retro it. Say for the last 10 years, anybody who done fell under this rule, you gotta actually reapply for status or you get the fuck out. That would be my opinion.
Yeah. And some of the cases we're talking about would be...
Hey, this is Senator John Ossoff from Georgia.
Oh, yeah, Anchor Baby. That's what they're called.
Please contribute $5
I thought that's
to
another
my
baby.
re-election.
I can't read good, remember?
Birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country
slaves.
on a vacation.
Not scammers.
And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever?
Or whatever?
Now, this is what he's freaking out about. What was the end date of the Civil War? Can anybody tell me the specific fucking end date of the fucking...
something?
Yeah, exactly. So what the fuck he said, 1869 or something, and what the fuck's he about to say?
The sitting president of the United States of America, just yada, 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 the end date of the Civil War. It was 1865, and you know who else knows?
Yada, 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 1865, I'm a sucker, I have a computer in front of me, and I can look anything up I want. Fuck you!
He was close. It was from April 1861 to April 1865. The American Civil War. It was actually shorter than I thought. Only 4 years. That was longer for some reason. Shows you how much I retained from high school.
So you can just...
Whatever it was.
Oh, hey, Dylan, how you doing? We're doing some political reacts right now, but so it seems like you can just send, if you have a birth certificate for your baby, however it got pooped out, you can just apply for Social Security card, and they don't really check it any further than that. Because they didn't have to until now, because if you were pooped out here, you got one, so it didn't matter. Now it fucking matters. Or hopefully it will. I mean, we don't have a final decision, but who the fuck could not see this? And this guy's freaking out because he was off by fucking 4 years. He's like, oh, I can't believe the president didn't know this. It's over 100 years ago, you retard!
Who's that? All of those people taking their citizenship test. Perhaps the guy who spends his entire life attacking...
Well, all these people taking a citizenship test who are not illegal immigrants or illegal enterers because they're doing it the right way. Again, you fucking retard!
Immigrants can one day know as much about our country as they do. But look, maybe this was just a one-off, a fluke, right? We all have our moments. It's not like he's ignorant about everything that he was asked.
We're going to have a signing with Rwanda and the Congo. So I'm a little out of my league in that one because I didn't know too much about it. I knew one thing. They were going at it for many years. And
so he just said he doesn't know much about it. Like, what more could you want? He's like, I don't really know much about what was happening here. I'm not informed on this historically. It never came to my attention prior to this, but now that I have some attention to it, guess what? We fucking solved it right away!
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's a problem. Let's fix it. Okay, it's fixed. Stop complaining.
Yeah, same thing. I get my own birthday wrong all the time. I have no fucking idea how old I am half the time. And this guy's fucking, this is over 100 years ago of something that fucking, it just hurts my brain to even try and like see like, okay, what is he saying that like maybe is reasonable? It's just all unreasonable bullshit.
And with machetes, it is one of the worst wars that anyone's ever seen.
Didn't know much about it, but we're going at it for many years. I believe that's what many international scholars refer to as, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, war. I mean,
what the fuck does that even mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I watch this and I'm like, what? He said, I don't know anything about this war except that it's been going on for a long time and it's super brutal. And he's saying, oh, that's called war.
Yeah, that's what the president just said, buddy.
What am I missing here? What am I missing?
I'm sorry, but whatever happened to this?
Is going to be merit-based across the whole federal government.
We want to restore a merit-based society and culture in the United States of America.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Is there a chance they were
merit-based? Okay, go on.
Just referring to this type of merit? Doubtful. What we all know is that they don't care about merit at all. They care about power, and they're simply couching their racist policies inside the merit-based approach.
How did we go from anything to the... Where did we make the left turn that I forgot about here? I don't even know where we came.
Were we talking about the Rwanda-Congo situation? What the...
Yeah, we were just literally talking about him ending a war and saying, I didn't know anything about this until recently, and now it's over because I'm now paying attention to it,
That's what
is he saying?
They gotta...
What is he saying?
I shouldn't say liberals. That's what the leftists... Hey, like, hey, look at this hand, and then, oh, over here.
I know, this is insanity.
Because then the president can tweet things like this on Juneteenth.
He took to social media posting, too many non-working holidays in America. It's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses.
And this... First off, historically, apparently, Trump has always kind of celebrated Juneteenth and made an announcement about it and whatever. But now he's just saying, we have too much bullshit. Why are we doing... And especially this one. What the... I feel like this... I never even knew about this.
Holidays.
What the fuck? Juneteenth? I looked this up before, but it's so just not important. I feel like...
Juneteenth? I actually don't know what it is, I'll be honest.
Oh, okay.
I think I know what it is.
I guess it is slightly important, but I don't know.
It's the anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. That's what I think it is. Juneteenth. Is that what it is? If it is, that's important, and it should be a holiday.
It seems like it's the end of slavery date, but why do they call it Juneteenth? Just by calling it the 10th, all of a sudden, I feel like it doesn't make any sense to me. Why is it not the 19th? Why is it not like end of like Stupidity Day or like I don't know anything? Juneteenth. I don't understand.
I don't know either.
All right. Anyway, I guess maybe fine, maybe.
Yeah, we can keep it.
We could have picked a different one to pick.
Donald Trump is the king of holidays. The guy just spent $45 million of taxpayer money celebrating Flag Day, a holiday most Americans...
Ooh, this makes me so angry too. Yes, we just arbitrarily fucking one day decided to celebrate Flag Day. No, not because it's the 250th anniversary, you retard. No, just, Flag Day, let's spend a bunch of money. And it is a fucking practice run for next year, which is gonna be the biggest 4th of July celebration ever. And we had to see if we could do it right, so we picked another good day, which is celebrate the 250th of the Army. Why the fuck not?
Americans just found out about. Not to mention, his entire first-term campaign was focused on saving Christmas. But yeah, when it comes to Juneteenth, you know...
And what is that? Saving Christmas? What is he talking about, saving Christmas?
It's going to be our semi-quincentennial next year.
Our semi-cinquentennial.
That's what it's called, semi-quincentennial.
Semi-quincentennial, for anyone who was wondering.
They were wondering, that's why I looked it up.
Well. I don't know, maybe he just has to come back to it. But look, I kind of get it. Perhaps we
And what does that even mean? I'm trying to even like fathom what is he what even insane message is he trying to push, and I can't even put the pieces together.
Oh, Sabrina said it suggests maybe it's actually not.
Oh.
Or maybe it wasn't.
Any weekend closest to the 19th. Well, again, I feel like this just came up like very recently. Anyone ever started talking about it? Like, I don't ever remember this like ever before, and now all of a sudden it's apparently a bank holiday, which is kind of also bullshit because it closed the market on a Thursday, which is a terrible day for it to be closed.
Bank's fault. Freaking banks take every friggin' holiday off. Like, they take Boxing Day off. It's like, what the fuck is Boxing Day?
They're federal. I think it's like it's just how it works.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not, it's like, we don't get these days off. I certainly don't. I gotta work. Who gives a shit?
Well, you need to start making us think about this very important nationally recognized federal holiday for banks.
National holidays.
the danger of certain foreigners coming into this country and having children simply so those kids can acquire citizenship and enjoy the fruits of being American citizens, or even worse, disrespect our values and destroy our very way of life, like this guy.
That's what we're trying to get people to stop doing.
So apparently he just said a very rational thing, but thought it was a sarcastic remark.
I didn't
so he
expect
said
that to come out of his face.
He just said something intelligent, but said it in a way that made it seem like obviously this has to be sarcastic. Like,
that was the first thing he said that actually was like a coherent sentence. I don't.
And it was a sarcasm. How is this possible? Is he a personality? Are you real? Are you actually just a fake person?
Thank you, Bobby.
America in 19.
Holy crap!
This country and having children simply so those kids can acquire citizenship and enjoy the fruits of being American citizens,
probably
or
why
even worse,
I
disrespect our
don't
values
really
and
know
destroy
about
our
it
very
very
way of
much,
life.
'cause I'm
Like
old.
this guy.
Too many things have changed.
Too much has changed too quickly. And I got all this AI taking us over.
Also, it might be a good time to recap since I know people are in the audience now. What we are doing, by the way, obviously, is we are personalities, and this is not necessarily our true beliefs on these topics, but I do have a lot of fun with this stuff, and hope you all enjoy it as well. But let's get back and see what this weirdo has to say.
1905. I believe he goes by the name of Fred Trump, and I think it's clear that man's offspring has done more harm to our country than just about anyone. But birthright citizenship was only one of the major rulings.
Apparently, Fred Trump is an illegal immigrant. All right, hold on. Let's see. Is
the illegal immigrant Fred Trump?
And
this is Donald Trump's dad.
ILL. I can't read or spell good. Illegal immigrant.
Fred Trump, American real estate developer, Donald Trump's father.
Okay, so this says, I said, was he an illegal immigrant? And it says, yes, he was an immigrant. So hold on. I'm going to have to digest this for a second.
Illegal enterer. The
German authorities
was an illegal enterer. That's an actual term. I made up a term that's real.
You made it up and it's real!
Refers to his immigration to the United States. While he's initially arrived in the U.S. without proper documentation, he later became a U.S. citizen. So he took advantage of the rules before the rules changed. The rules are changing.
Uh-oh.
How that shit
works. I'm
works.
surprised they're not harping on this more. Interesting.
Later life and citizenship. Despite the initial illegal entry, Frederick later became a naturalized U.S. citizen.
Yeah, frankly, there you go. There's a key difference, too. He spent the time to figure it the fuck out before they came after him. He figured it out. He figured out how to get legal. These other bitches aren't even trying. All right.
Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBT.
This happened in 1901 also, by the way. They were probably like...
Yeah, things are a little bit different,
of this kind of
but,
stuff like every 5 years back then. So...
in this one, this is... I don't even know what the fuck, but hold on. Let me back
ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Van brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think
they can pull out kids from the LGBTQ stuff in the classroom if they want. So they can opt out.
They can opt out.
U.S. is very weird. U.S. is very weird.
We are bizarre right now.
We have too many people with too many opinions that go unchecked, and too much entitlement and too much just catering to like the minorest, like 0.00001% of people, and to an extent that is just crazy. Like,
yeah,
I agree we shouldn't discriminate, but to like cater like that is just crazy. This is just crazy.
Ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling
more
for
like
parents.
enabling.
Yes, what
It's
a
not
victory
really
for
good
parents
for
out there
them-
who are just frightened to
those
death that
people
their kids
either.
might be exposed to gay or trans families and see them as human beings. Today, the
And that's the problem. If it was just that, it wouldn't even be necessarily a big deal. But it's not just, hey, accept these people as human beings. It's, oh, hey, let's talk about all kind of really weird, bizarre shit about boys being girls and fucking hormones and fucking castration and fucking...
We've had transvestites and crossdressers for forever. And
they took more than a mile. They took the whole
kind of like
everything.
Whatever, do your thing. Just
everything.
don't do it on my front lawn. And now everyone wants to do it on my front lawn, so to speak.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. This is just insanity.
And in the school, and that ain't cool. Like, don't go putting weird thoughts into our children's heads. They have enough problems as it is.
I mean, it's one thing to acknowledge there's different people in the world, and it's a different thing to be like, okay, let's like.
There's always exceptions.
And apparently one of my well, let's just say someone I know was remarking that their child believes that they're a cat and comes to like walks on all fours at school and has like a cat suit that they wear, and then like, at what point is enough, man? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway.
Supreme Court ruled that school systems, for now, are required to provide parents with an opt-out provision that excuses their children from class when course material conflicts with their religious beliefs. One of those books at the heart of this case was a book called Prince and Knight, which normalized same-sex relationships. Now, here's how one of the parents who brought the case described their conundrum.
For our family, this material was directly opposed to our religious beliefs. We are Catholic, and the things that were being presented were in complete conflict with our Catholic faith, and we were raising our daughter in the Catholic faith.
Ah, yes, the Catholic faith. Thank God for a religion a million miles away from any unscrupulous same-sex behavior. But I get it. Religious families are basically saying they don't want their kids.
But along this topic, let's jump over to this. Now,
I don't like his face. He's got a stupid face.
Said it out loud! He said it! He said it! Oh!
He's got a lot of books. Look at all of her books.
Anyway, I think
Stag Dance? That sounds a little risky. I don't know.
Yeah, this is
what is that? Risque, I think is how it's pronounced.
This is fucking crazy. So I think there is a world where there's enough alcohol and low light enough that perhaps across the room, maybe, like, I don't know, the glasses are kind of like, hey, I'm sassy bitch, and you're like, whoa, look at my hair, and like, I have to distract with some of this stuff, you know, but we're gonna.
She looks like a librarian at a new age bookstore.
Yeah, like, and definitely this person is
cool.
I'm not gonna try and go there, but let's listen to what this person has to say about books.
The necklaces kind of have that Renaissance Festival vibe. That's why I noticed that.
They needed something there.
That actually looks like a choke chain for. I'm a little confused.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying too. A lot of this stuff, like, does gender have to be like sexualized on top of it already being weird? You know what I'm saying? Like, why does it? I don't know. It's just it's too messy, and it's too. We shouldn't even be going there. But I would love to play just a little bit of this person's opinion on books, and in the first couple minutes my brain's probably going to fall apart, so please.
I have to point this out. She has a blue Pokeball on her shelf, and if I'm not mistaken, Pokeballs are red.
The Ultra Ball, I think the higher balls are actually not red.
Oh, okay.
So that
well, I'm
could
old
be
school.
Accurate. Yeah, you're talking about the basic Pokeball. Yeah,
I am. Yeah,
we all
I was
make
only
art
up to
and
like
tell stories for 100
250.
different reasons. You know that as well as I do. And one of those reasons is resistance. Stories have been an act of resistance forever. We resist bias and oppression by telling our stories, by creating art that reflects our lives and our experiences. And another thing that you know as well as I do is that there always has to be a scapegoat. Some group of people that can serve as...
Here we go! We started
just talking about art?
Where are we? We're 29 seconds in. We didn't even get to 30 seconds.
I'm sorry. Could you start that over? Because I Did I miss something?
Yeah, let's take this train ride all over again. One more time from the beginning. We're gonna just make sure everyone heard this correctly.
Okay.
We all make art and tell stories for 100 different reasons. You know that as well as I do. And one of those reasons is resistance. Stories have been an act of resistance forever. We resist bias and oppression by telling our stories, by creating art that reflects our lives and our experiences. And another thing that you know as well as I do is that there always has to be a scapegoat. Some group of people that can serve as a distraction. Right now in the US and the
Yep. So
How
we
are
went
those
from
two things that all connected.
I know. That's what this other guy did. That Brian was a fucking. They go from like a sensible statement to like. What's the connection? You say something and then you say something else. It's like where's the
Did they
line?
script this? Because it doesn't say that she's doing this live.
This is just nutty to me. Like, how do you go from the jumps and then
we love art. Some people
to
like
these
the finger
people,
paint.
it's
Some
like an
people like
obvious
watercolors.
correlation. I know. If you love
And we
art,
all
you
know that
clearly
there's
are a
dictators.
scapegoatist. What the fuck? This is unreal.
And dictators are bad.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. That's the problem. They can't start with that because then nobody would listen. So they say something that's like, okay, you're a little weird, but you're saying something reasonable. Go on. And then they hit you with it, and it's like, whoa, okay. Okay.
What the hell are you
How
guys
do we go
doing?
from, creativity to scapegoats? But okay, let's hear how they.
I like painting.
I'm sure
and
we'll
stuff.
find out how they're related.
I like.
in the UK where I live, that scapegoat is the transgender community. A tiny
Oh, there's a scapegoat?
In the UK, the scapegoat, do you know what the fuck kind of problems, how old, this is 1 month ago, you know what kind of problems the UK has?
Worse than ours.
You can't make a tweet criticizing nothing, or they'll come arrest you for hate crimes.
She's going to jail.
But
she's going to British jail.
You're the
She's not in
scapegoat.
Britain.
Are you fucking kidding me? Frankly, the problems over there are just unbelievable. I don't know, like, again, it comes down to this pandering and, like, pussyfoot, like, soft, weak bullshit men who fucking just cave into all the fucking psychos that just waltz in and do everything, and it just is, it's unreal. But, okay, so far we went from creativity to we have to have a scapegoat.
We know she's smart because she's got so many books.
And those glasses just are like so pointy,
Although
like
most
you
of that
have to
looks like
have a
fiction.
certain like IQ to wear them that high. Yeah, they're all fiction, of course.
The ones on the bottom are.
Because they live in fucking fiction. These people, that's the only way they can like bring anything together.
And yes, you can judge a book by a cover if you read them enough and you recognize that covers tend to follow like patterns in different genres.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it's sci-fi and fantasy. That's what I see on her bookshelf.
minority of people who are having their rights stripped away from them.
Well, you know what the fuck that is.
I think I know what stag dance is.
You know exactly what the fuck that
is.
is.
I'm going to talk about it.
While an entirely different minority group, rich and powerful people, make everything worse for everyone else. And as they do that,
okay, so we have two minorities. We have the scapegoat trans people, and then we have the other minority, which is the extremely rich people that all they do all day long is just make things worse for everyone.
I just realized the reason she's wearing the dog choker is because it's covering her Adam's apple.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. She needed a little something down here.
I'm not very good like that. I didn't know.
That's why they wear those things.
I didn't realize
to
that
distract.
makes a lot of sense. It's her glasses that are really distracting.
And like
that
this person,
too.
I think, is a little overweight too, so it's kind of like, you know, covering it a little bit. But
gotcha.
At any rate, all I'm saying is we went from everyone loves a good story and having a creative experience to there has to be a scapegoat.
We need a scapegoat.
And of course, it has to be this tiny minority of trans people that are just minding their own business, not being a complete fucking obnoxious nuisance to everyone.
No, not being a pain in the butt at all.
And of course, the other minority that we have, which she didn't say, but I'm sure is in there, white rich people. I'm sure I could taste the whiteness, but this person knew better than to say it. Just rich people, not necessarily the whiteys, but rich people are making problems for everyone. We are 48 fucking seconds in here, people. How? How? And this is what. Anyway, let's just
At the point, and they say, yeah, but look at that trans person, and you go, oh yeah, no, I don't like those. It works. Somehow it keeps working.
And this person is now saying, oh yeah, let's just distract everyone by pointing at the scapegoaty trans people, and somehow it works. Even this person couldn't come up with a bullshit reason why it works. They were just like, somehow, believe it or not, despite it being completely incomprehensible, it works. Somehow this just works. Let's just blame it. It's not because you're the most annoying, fucking loudest, most entitled, fucking obnoxious people on the fucking planet. That's not why.
No.
That's not why. And like you correctly pointed out, you're such a minority, but we gotta cater to this teensy, tiny, loud ass, fucking obnoxious, fucking minority. Are you kidding me? All right, I need to take a second and breathe in some of the Christmas spirit so I calm myself down.
Christmas is a calming time of year.
Because I feel like I'm going to have an aneurysm sometimes. I curated this list of things today to go through, and believe it or not, I almost died. That's how much I believe in this. I risked my full... I can barely read as it is, and now I feel like I am dumber.
I believe I am dumber after watching it.
This is just unbelievable. I'm gonna have to like recalibrate, but let's see if we can get to at least maybe like 2 minutes and see where we can. We're 57 seconds in.
Box set of J.R.R. Martin on their shelf too. I wonder if those are books or if those are DVDs.
These, yeah, they don't look like books. That's fine, I think it's.
Yeah.
But, all right, let's see if we can try and put any of this together. I'm trying real hard, I promise.
Not that I have anything against Game of
honestly trying. Let's see.
Working. And as a member of the trans community, I am upset.
Oh, my God. Did we have any clues that this person was a member of the trans community?
I was truthful that I didn't notice right away. I just thought I wasn't really.
Are you being truthful? Close. Or are you joking?
I did. But now that Bobby mentioned the man hands, it's so obvious to me now that I see like their hands.
Because you did keep saying she, and I didn't know if you were just being polite or what. But oh my God, you need to get out more, man.
But he's a him because he's a man and he has an Adam's apple.
Have you
and he has
seen
man
a
hands.
woman lately?
And I bet he's got junk between his trunks. You might say. Got an extra stick and a couple twigs. Wait, one twig and some berries. That's what I meant to say.
I hope he ain't got a couple down there. That'd be fucking it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess we gotta be inclusive to the triple wieners, but
I mean, they might be out there. And I mean, people are.
There are double dongers. There are people that have two. But I don't know about any triples. I know that there are doubles though.
I didn't know that about the choker, though. Now that I know, I'm going to be much more aware of that.
Dude, I am like kind of surprised, but I think you're like maybe old enough that maybe you missed.
I'm protected by my elderly natures, honestly. I don't mess around with women because I learned the hard way what happens when you do. Real women, they just, steal your money and break your heart, that kind of stuff. That was bad enough. And then, by the time this stuff started to become an actual problem for people, I'm kind of done with this already. So, I got my cat, I got my house, I got my car. I don't have enough to take 50% of it and give it to some woman that I accidentally. So I'm good. I'm okay.
Yes. I overall generally agree. And just in case anyone doesn't see all of the chat, Twitch is asking, how does the double dong work? Is it one in the front and one in the back? And how do we know?
That could be.
I've seen both side by side and one over the other.
Supposed to be side by side. I've only seen this in a game, which was Cyberpunk 2077. You can choose.
I didn't know that.
Stuff. I didn't know it either until I got to this loading screen. I'm like, oh my goodness.
The loading screen is talking about double dongers?
Will they both work? I mean,
they do. They do both work. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know. Honestly, I kind of think it'd be cool, but I also think it'd be annoying.
Yeah, if you had a girl with 3 boobs, I mean, like that movie.
They would go well together. They'd be perfect. I've never seen that.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, that's
I've
kind of
never
cool.
seen that.
I'd get down. You're like,
or 2 in the front, 2 in the back. That's cool too.
Got some more options now.
All right. Well, now everyone, hopefully you know, if you meet someone with a choker and they tell you they're a woman, just take a double check.
I will say, let me please see your hands.
Look at their hands real quick. Say, let me see your beautiful hands, ma'am.
Let me see those pretty. Oh gosh.
I've seen the both develop, but yeah, I don't know. I've only seen the 2.
More people will be a little weirded out when you ask to see their feet. Like, take off your shoes and see.
I mean, some people are into that. I have met some people that are very into feet. I'm like neutral. Like, if you're into it, okay, but I wouldn't bring it up myself. Type of deal.
Or Sabrina.
But all right, I know. I'm sorry. I know. This is more of the the bros. I feel bad. we'll
should set up a separate channel for this.
Yeah,
compete with ourselves.
We might split it out, but we're not big enough. I'll take all the views we can get, if any.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so we went from we're 1 minute in. We're about a half hour of review of this 1 minute so far, but we've learned that everyone loves creativity. There has to be a scapegoat. Of course, it's the trans people, and of course, rich people are terrible. And believe it or not, this person is trans. This is what we've learned so far.
All right, I'm caught up. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thumbs especially if you got. But I mean, I've honestly seen some women with kind of man hands, but I get it. All right.
And angry every single day. My resting heart rate is like 120.
Wait, did you just say you're angry? Hold on, I need to hear that again.
They're angry?
Hold on, I definitely had to have misheard that.
They're angry? What are they angry about? What could they possibly be angry about?
All right, I must hear this one more time. Let's see.
Rich and powerful people make everything worse for everyone else. And as they do that, they point and they say, yeah, but look at that trans person. And you go, oh, yeah, no, I don't like those. It works. Somehow, it keeps working. And as a member of the trans community, I am upset and angry every single day.
I did hear it correctly. Oh my God. All right. So the rich people are pointing at the trans people and blaming them for all the bad things that they do all day long that just makes the world worse for everyone. And this person is angry and trans every single day. I can't.
You said that was hilarious. That was so funny.
I can't.
Every day. You're angry and trans.
I'm trans and angry every day. Oh, God, I'm so... And apparently, I don't know, like, you're, like... I mean, 5.5 thousand views, I mean, that's not nothing, but, like, you're, like...
No.
You're very, like, proud of this, or, like, very, like, I don't know, like, you want to share this and make it, like, public and, like... like you believe so strongly in this. And I mean, like, a lot of shit that we do and say, like, it's like whatever, we're just being crazy, but I think this is not just a person like pretending. Well, I think they are pretending, but they don't know they're pretending. Like, this is their real pretend, you know? Like, I don't know. That's about as much of makes sense. That's the only way I can make it make sense.
Resting heart rate is like 120. And one of the ways that we continue to not only resist, but to celebrate ourselves, our community, our lives, our history, is by making good art. And if you want to show your support for the trans community, one thing you can do is read and enjoy the art made by trans people. But of course, that's...
Okay. I don't completely hate, like, my brain isn't like, okay, this is an opinion of like, okay, whatever.
Real background. I mean, art is awesome, and it is, there's good reason for it is to express yourself. So yeah, if you feel you need to express yourself, I would much rather have you express yourself in art than with yelling at me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that is absolutely true for sure. But
right.
I also don't
show me your angry picture.
Anything.
Don't just be angry at me for no reason. Like, I didn't do anything to those people.
Those are fat unicorns. Oh my god!
Like, I don't care.
I'm never gonna see
stay out of the
again!
schools.
Ever!
Like, leave
The
kids
same
alone.
way!
Leave the freaking kids alone, and don't expect me to use your weird change in pronouns, because you just stop the conversation and my entire train of thought, and now I have to think about what I'm supposed to call you. So I'm not going to do that, and I'm just going to call you, hey, you, and person standing in front of me.
Well, that's why I keep saying this person, because I don't want this person to, like, come back and be like, you fucking
person with the
I mean, we already said enough things that we're gonna catch all kind of hate. It don't really matter. I don't care. Fuck you. But if you're like, oh, you misgendered me, blah, I'll be like, really?
Bye.
You think I really give a fuck?
I wouldn't even argue with it. I'm just like, I'm out. I'm done. I was like
see you later, ma'am,
from you, I will never try that again. You're
Sir,
trying to buy
ma'am.
something from me, I just close the store.
We are
Otherwise, I don't have
closed.
a reason to talk to you. So
Can't you read? It says closed.
Because that kind of sounds like pity. You should also read the books written by trans people because they're really good books. Across all genres of fiction, transgender writers are putting out some of the best stories that have been written in the past decade, and I'm going to prove it right now. Here are 10 incredible books by 10 incredible writers who are all transgender, and you should be reading every single one of these books to truly understand, appreciate, and enjoy the beauty of trans literature. Why don't we start with a book that I myself just read, Stag Dance by Tori Peters. Tori Peters made waves a few years ago with her debut novel Detransition Baby, which I've got on the shelf just here. Detransition Baby was listed for the Women's Prize here in the UK. I read it around that time, and it really is a wonderful novel. And now we have Stag Dance, a collection of 4 stories, although the title story, Stag Dance, is more like a novella. This is a 300-page book, and Stag Dance makes up half of that. The other half is made up of the other 3 stories that are about 50 pages apiece. And these stories are really fascinating, something you'll notice once you...
So this book can't even make up its mind what the fuck it is. Do we understand this?
It's a dance about stags, is my guess.
But only half
how that
of it.
relates to
Only
transgenderism?
half of the book is the book, and the other half is 3 other fucking books, because it can't just be one thing.
I don't get it.
Exactly. This is
okay. Good. That's
and
not
I feel
me.
like
Right,
you
good.
have to be one of these, or you have to just like pretend like you want to be in the group and be like, yeah, bro, that's so cool. Like, I don't even okay, go on.
She basically said,
this isn't a spoiler.
I think
is that every single...
I'm sorry. He said God. This person is trying to tell us that we should read Stag Dance.
Yes, but Stag Dance is only part of what this is.
Oh.
So
she has 10 books. This is just one of them?
This book, they said, is 300 pages long, but only 150 of them are that book. And the other 150 are 3 other 50-page books.
That's annoying. Okay. Why don't you put them all on?
That's annoying. That's what I'm saying! Why it gotta be like, it couldn't be like a collection of books? Here's 4 books that go together?
I mean, are they made for little kids? So they're short? And that would make sense. You know, children's books are generally much shorter because they have a shorter attention span.
Yeah, these two stags are dancing.
I don't think that these are kid books. I mean, I sure hope they're not.
Let's see. From the Women's Prize nominated author.
Or maybe they're like serials. They could like only come out.
Detransition, like, baby. All right. Interesting.
And these stories are really fascinating. Something you'll notice once you finish reading it, and this isn't a spoiler, is that every single story is written in the first person. These are very intimate stories about 4 very different people living in very different times and places.
So all of a sudden, while you're reading it, you're going to realize it's written in the first person.
I've never heard of that before. No one's ever done that in the history of literature. It's amazing. It's ground.
I'm not sure how much more we're going to get out of this person, but I did have a good time visiting. But anyway, the reason we initially watched this, and I know it turned into
Thank you for teaching me something about chokers and manhands.
Oh, yeah, and I'm glad that we were able to educate people on this, too, because that is dangerous. Because these people, too, they also don't feel bad about misleading you.
No, they don't. I mean, because at a glance, I would assume it was a female, and I'd be like, sorry, miss, or whatever, keep walking.
Yeah, so I feel like it's perfectly fair to have to train people on how to spot them. Because if they're not going to self-identify, and they'll go on like a dating site and like more or less because they think they are a woman, like, and then they'll go on a date and then be like so offended when the person's like, homie, really? No.
Yeah.
Like, oh, how could you possibly, like, well, first off, you're a lying bitch. So that's like a great start. Like, if nothing else, even if I was maybe in some crazy world open to it, you just fucking lied to me on our first fucking interaction, you fucking slut.
You're presenting yourself as a lie. Very strange. I mean, I can only understand it as being they're delusional and they want other people to believe in their own delusions. But that's not healthy.
All right, we got a fact check going on. Sabrina says stag dance is not two stags just getting it on for no reason, but they're fighting to breed the lady. If I knew how to run a fucking poll, I would throw up a poll which direction we gonna see it's gonna go. But I guess if you want to participate, 1, if you think it's for fighting over a woman, and 2, if you think it's trying to get in the other deer's butthole. All right, we're gonna give it just a second. Let people cast their votes if they wish to participate. A Buddhist dance where only men participate prior to a wedding. Let's see. A social dance with men only. Let's see. Let's see.
Well, a stag party is like a bachelor party with only dudes. And a stag film is a porn film for dudes to watch.
I don't see anything like that. I think that's like Two Truths and a Lie or something. It's like, that was believable, and it might even be true still, but I cannot find any evidence.
ChatGPT says it's a pre-wedding party in Canada or the US. It's also referred to as a male-only dance, which is historical and social. And occasionally used to describe a man going to a dance, or i.e. going stag.
Yeah. Going stag is going to a dance by yourself, but going to a stag dance seems like you going there to meet the other stags and maybe get stuck or do some sticking.
It says a stag dance is a social event or party usually held for men only. or dancing.
A man's only event, and believe it or not, what the homies do when only the homies are around is between the homies only, baby.
What stays in the basement stays in the basement.
Yeah, we can't be sharing all the fun. All right, well, if you liked any of this person, Willow Talks books, I'm sure for those that are into whatever they're offering, they're very insightful. Not for me, though. Anyway, again, the reason why I brought this up is because the whole ruling on the LGBT blah blah books, right? So being able to opt out of them, like, this is the part that just blows my mind. They're upset because you can opt out. It's not like, you know, can't do it.
I just realized another sign. If you looked at her, she had long brunette hair, and there's anyone who's that opinionated on that particular side of things would not have multicolored hair. So
that's true.
That was kind of a giveaway that I just didn't see right there.
That's true. The women change their hair color, and the women leave their hair color.
Yes. Absolutely.
That's a good one.
My
That's
hair
one. Actually, I never. I'm gonna add that.
They're trying to look more like a woman, so they're actually going the traditional woman, as opposed to modern women of the same political side of things who are multicolored all over the place. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
All right. So let's see. Where were we? Let's
see them as human beings. Today, the Supreme Court ruled that school systems, for now, are required to provide parents with an opt-out provision that excuses their children from class when course material conflicts with their religious beliefs. One of those books at the heart of this case was a book called Prince and Knight, which normalized same-sex relationships. Now, here's how one of the parents who brought the case described their conundrum.
For our family, this material was directly opposed to our religious beliefs. We are Catholic, and the things that were being presented were in complete conflict with our Catholic faith, and we were raising our daughter in the Catholic faith.
Yes, the Catholic faith. Thank God for a religion a million miles away from any unscrupulous same-sex behavior.
Did he just use the same? Did I back it up, or did he just say the same? I must have, but there's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
I actually didn't hear it,
but I get it.
Oh no, this guy.
I'm gonna assume that I made a mistake.
Religious families are basically saying they don't want their kids to be exposed to, you know, any guy-on-guy stuff.
Arnold Palmer was all men. And I say that in all due respect to women.
Now, I will say, Trump says some gay shit sometimes, and nobody ever calls him out for it. And it honestly, and because Melania's never around, like, I don't know, like, it's kind of crazy because he. Like, when he talked about the like the pilots, he'd be like, these are the most beautiful, handsome men you would have ever seen. Like he says things that are just.
He does say that kind of stuff,
and it's weird. It's like
flattery. He's like
flattery. It is, but it's like there's an array of other flattery to choose from.
Use terms like courageous and brave and.
Yeah, there's all kind of things besides how beautiful they are.
Beautiful and handsome.
And normally it's not just like one comment. It's like multiple, like he's always. I mean, he does, to be fair, he also says things about women like that, but I feel like he is very open-minded in that regard. I will just, for what it's worth, and I don't know if people just don't bring it up because I don't know why the left wouldn't bring it up. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't notice it. Like maybe it's too logical still in their brain. Like it's like they don't see it somehow. But I can't believe, like, literally I've never really seen anyone, and I'm like he kind of always says some shit like that. Like it's really weird. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. But I'm just gonna point that out.
I love women, but this guy. This is a guy that was all man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God.
What the fuck?
That's unbelievable.
Anyway, where were we?
Sorry, I should have said that on YouTube.
Well, that's fine. But what the fuck? Exactly. Like,
taking shower, like you're taking showers with other people.
Why would you even like what? Like this is not relevant to anything. Like all of a sudden we went from this is a man to this is a man that if you saw him in the shower, you would go out and remark to your other male friends about how impressive that one is. I don't believe I've ever done that in my entire.
No, that's
maybe I don't know. I don't think so. I can't recall. But it sounds like this is something you would recall. Holy crap. I mean, that's true. Some men be paying, but I've never felt the need to like rush outside and be like, did you just see the fucking hog on that dude? Like fucking, it was touching the ground. No. I don't know. Maybe I just never met this guy. Maybe I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know. But to bring it up on TV at a fucking
it could be that special
rally where you're trying, or maybe the people in the audience, he knows something about them and they would love to hear some fucking hog fucking schlong shit. I don't know. Maybe he's just like, he's reading the room. He's like, they're a bunch of.
This man was.
I almost dropped a really bad word, but there are a bunch of these folks in the crowd, I guess, want to hear about the wieners. I don't know.
This guy up in the corner smiling pretty bad. I think
this is the one thing I will say. Okay, Tyler, you maybe are onto something, you weirdo, but this is the one and only thing.
Oh, right. Guy on guy stuff is a non-starter. Got it. One of the highlights from today wasn't just the president's...
And that wasn't guy on guy stuff. That was just, I happened to notice he had a giant wiener. That wasn't, I went over there and grabbed it.
Like a sycamore tree. That's what he's saying.
I don't know. I think there's still, like, as much as I will agree there's something maybe there, you still can't even use the one, like, thing correctly.
Asinine, uneducated ramblings, there was also the global platform being given to people like this.
Is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at the DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
Tell you what, I've heard of remote work, but I never thought we'd see a journalist reporting from inside of Trump's colon. Remember the days when peddlers of conspiracy theories were sidelined and ostracized by society for promoting false narratives?
That was witty. I'll give him that. That was witty.
I mean, not really. I mean, unless he was trying to remark because she's brown or something. Like, why else?
No, I mean, it was stupid, but it was, for him, it's just fairly witty.
Because this fucking weirdo's up Biden's asshole the whole time. I don't understand. Like, he can't tell the difference between a butthole and a butthole. Like, I don't understand right now. Like, what are you talking about?
It might be called something else, but it's still
I don't know. But that's your fucking penthouse when it's, I don't know, man. It's just...
that undermine the very fabric of our democracy. Well, apparently, those days are over. But as far as Trump is concerned, like all of Matt Gaetz' dates...
Wix. One platform. Any website. Unlimited creation.
Why these questions never get old.
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Kara from Lindell TV.
Well, it's just a very nice question.
Now, I want you to really stretch the boundaries of your imagination here, but that same reporter managed to get a second invitation to then cover the signing ceremony between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, or as Trump calls it, those countries who war a lot.
Now that your administration, and congratulations.
Oh, wow. Someone who asked a question that he liked and is part of the media, and for whatever, like, why wouldn't she anyways want to be... I don't even understand. Like, how many other people were also there? And frankly, I don't know. These people on like CNN and these other fucking leftist fucking news outlets, they always take questions from them. Hello?
Yeah.
I don't like. What are you trying to fucking prove? They will even like.
In the room.
Yeah, they let him in. They let him ask questions. They fucking get annoyed by the questions, but they still let him. I mean, they gotta be paying. So I don't understand why they do it, honestly. But
they have.
There has to be some sort of money.
They kind of have to.
I don't know. I mean, they said they were gonna fucking start kicking. I think they kicked out AP or whatever because they wouldn't call it the Gulf of America. They're like, well, you're not welcome back here anymore.
We can call whatever we want on our maps. Doesn't
globally, man, that's ours. We're taking it. Yeah. Y'all better fucking wreck, or we're not gonna trade with you, bitches. Big Daddy Trump is gonna lay down the hammer.
When you are able to,
yeah, she's the only one in red too. Interesting. She must be a MAGA. This must be a
war
sleeper.
On 3 fronts. You can then you can talk to us about changing the name of the Gulf of America to something else. Until then,
fuck off.
Yeah, just suck it up and go do something else.
Yeah, we were anyway. I'm not even going to go into it, but we did get a point out that this person that also was the one that asked a nice question is in a beautiful red MAGA. It'd be great if it said MAGA
She's got
like,
a nice,
over her boobs, like MAGA.
Like a sports coat.
It'd be like names,
That
like
was
this
sweet.
is Ma and this is G.
And then she could put the numbers on her shoulders.
And
was it
I
95, 97?
I love how he does 45-47, which
not
could be
97.
interpreted as 45 and
How many
47.
presidents have we had? 45.
But it's also
That's-
a hint that he was also the 46 technically. So he's like 45th through 47, which is
Oh, that makes sense. Why it says text POTUS to 4547 for updates.
Oh my god.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
It's been on the screen this whole time.
That is a great point out. All right, let's see
He's
what
so,
this
he's so Trump is what you like that too. Or at least
I think
his
we're going to
aides
hear
are,
from this
his
lady
people.
soon, but he called her beautiful as well. So we'll hear about all these.
Relations has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades, and no other president could do it. Do you think the mainstream media will
I
finally?
love her, I'm telling you. But you're right. No other president could do it. They tried, and they didn't even try. I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
Do you think the mainstream media will finally give credit?
No, the media will never give me credit.
Who the hell is this non-credit giving media you speak
Is he
of?
alive?
Because from where
Quick
I'm
check.
sitting, you just got a boatload of credit from the media in the Oval Office. You know, only the world's most petty man can claim to be a victim.
I don't even know where to begin with this guy. I swear to God.
TDS. He's just got TDS. It seems
Well,
kind of.
I mean, yeah. I
mean,
think.
it's
Well,
kind-
I mean, it
it's
goes
obvious,
beyond.
but-
It's more than just Trump. I mean, he's like.
It's just it's spewing nonsense. It's sort of hard to understand what he's trying to. I mean, I don't have no idea what his point is other than hate Trump.
And you had like what 2 or 3 like I don't even know. He's talking about all this media. Like you had a handful of reporters that go back and do what, and half of them, how many don't even write a good story, and half of them just like try and like find some gotcha or like find some couple words that like sound bad, even though if you put the whole thing together, it's like obviously
That's why
not
they
even
jumped
anything.
all over that leaked footage, that leaked low confidence
Yeah,
assessment
exactly.
of the damage done by the bombs in
Oh,
Iran.
man, and they-
and
I should have
all ran
had
with
some
it.
of those in
all
here,
of
too.
them. It's still on their sites. Like if you click on one of their stories, it's going to be at the bottom. Like, 3 days ago, and it's the same. It's like, come on, you guys are going to get in trouble for this shit. You know that, right?
You don't get in trouble.
Like,
That's the problem.
I mean, it's not like CNN's going to be taken off the air, but they're going to have to fire some people. This is how this is going to go. And whoever actually leaked that, that person's going to jail for at least 20 years.
I mean, you would hope so, but I don't think anything really ever happens to these people.
Generally, it's hard to find them. I think it's hard to find them.
Yeah, and
You'd
then
think it
prove,
wouldn't
like,
be.
It's this or that
But-
or whatever.
Right,
so-
because all these offices have a level of privacy, so you can't necessarily, monitor all the incoming and like that, or to find out who is actually responsible. But they might. Like I think in the past, like under other presidents, none in particular, I will say, but they probably just didn't care. Like, it got out. Well, damage done. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Right. But this was like, it didn't actually do any damage, but it could have.
Well,
like it didn't hurt our pilots or disrupt the mission.
Oh
as
yeah,
far as
and
we
that's
know, but
that's
it
the
could
thing
have.
too. Like they don't care about any of that shit. Like how much danger
Like,
they
I mean-
put people in, how much damage
Yeah.
they do to our country, how much damage they do to how we look. Even if something did go bad, why the fuck would you want to constantly point that shit out? Like, what? How does that benefit you?
I don't know. Well,
Just-
it
just
benefits
ask
them
them.
on social media and YouTube and stuff for likes and watches.
Well,
and
yeah, I guess, but like,
other
aren't you
than
just
that,
like
yeah,
not
I
care
don't
about
know.
the country? Like you're fucking just so self-centered. You're fucking, and these people are so fucking stupid. They don't understand. Like the ramifications aren't just, oh,
No.
well, now we look like fucking retards. Everyone thinks
No,
we're
you're not
fucking
just some
idiots.
student
Nobody
mouthing off
takes
in
anybody
class.
serious.
You're a president, or you're a congressional aide or something, whoever it was that did it, who leaked this stuff. I mean, your hands are on sensitive information. I'm certain they make you sign papers that say you won't do this shit, or if you do, you're expect to go to jail. So
yeah, but everyone's so fucking entitled. They just feel like if they feel like there's a good reason, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to fucking do anything I want, and it doesn't matter. There's no consequences because I'm doing the right thing or whatever by some random definition of whatever that is.
And
it's just
weird
crazy.
that most of these leaks have been through the military.
And, well, it's just all anonymous bullshit. They run all these anonymous fucking bullshit leaks, and you see it all the time. And once I got into the market shit more, you will see, oh, this anonymous leak, some bullshit rumor news like tanks a stock or blows a stock off or like, sends it to the moon or whatever. And then there's no substance to it. And then, someone made $100 million off that bullshit, but no one, it's just part of the noise. And you can't even tell what's real and what's not anymore. There's so much bullshit. Oh, everything's a level 10 emergency. The fucking grandma across the street. Oh my God, level 10 emergency. She didn't have a fucking MAGA hat on or fucking wasn't wearing her fucking Kamala diaper. It's like, God damn it, man. We never know what's fucking important anymore because everything's fucking bullshit. It's crazy. Yeah. I swear to God, man, I don't understand.
Send that one to Trump, to the Trump store. They're like, you should make Kamala diapers for the old people and babies.
Yeah, no, I was thinking old people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It was for the old folks.
The court sided with a group of religious Maryland parents who want the option to keep their elementary-age children out of lessons involving books with LGBTQ.
Elementary? Why do they need to know this shit? We're talking elementary? Why? Why are we even bringing any of this up? It doesn't even make sense. It shouldn't be one way or the other. It just shouldn't even be there.
Pride puppy? The hell?
Yeah, I don't.
Celebrated this as a win for the court's conservative majority.
She looked at me the weirdest
really
way.
ruling for
I think
they lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents.
We're going to talk to folks
Born
on both
Ready,
sides
the
of this
true
issue. Let's
story
bring in
of a boy named Penelope.
Yep, it's kind of crazy. But
And I grew up in a world where if you had a girl's name and you were a boy, you would absolutely expect that if any other boys found out that your name was a girl's name, they would beat the fuck out of you. Just because.
Well,
and that's not right.
I feel like
but
beat
at the
the
same
fuck
time,
is kind of
name
extreme,
your kid
but
a normal
like
name.
harassment is one thing, but like bullying. Like
Name
I, don't
your
know. I
kid
feel
a
like
normal
there's
name.
like a line. I feel like there is a line there.
There is a lot.
I
I'm just
also
saying,
think that
the
makes
world has changed a
kids
lot.
tougher. I mean, as much as it sucks,
Yeah.
and as much as it sucks having it happen to you, honestly,
it does
it's
make
probably a good
tougher.
thing. Because
Makes you more resilient to other things. that happen
later in
later
life,
that are
people
much
that
worse.
don't give a fuck are gonna do and say things, and it's if you are just taking everything. Like, I mean, I honestly was like that when I was younger. I was kind of more sensitive, and now I'm just like, it just doesn't matter. Like, people are fucking retarded, and some people are gonna not like you for one reason or another, or say something, and it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And honestly, I think the kids that can like reject the bullies and like spin it back on them and show that it doesn't fucking phase them end up being like the most popular people because they can show like they're the alpha actually. Honestly, I see that. Like if you can like more or less reject the bullies to an extent that they realize that in fact they can't fuck with you because they can't.
Yeah.
That they
you have to stand up to them. No, that's true. I had that experience more than once. I got bullied until I stood up to my bullies, and then they never again. Even if it was a painful one-time experience to get them to realize that if they kept picking on me, I was done with that, and I wasn't going to let them continue.
Yeah.
And it usually involved me physical, which is weird because I was always a small dude compared to everyone else. But when you're angry enough, it doesn't matter how small you are when the other guy's caught off guard. Let me tell you that. And also, I learned how valuable it was.
What?
I learned how valuable a headlock was. If I could get someone into a headlock, they couldn't then hit me.
Oh, well, now you're getting into like some brutality stuff. I'm not sure if we're going down we're going down a dark alley here, but I think that the underlying advice is weak men is what is ruining the country and all this bullshit, and it sucks and whatever, but you got to go through it. And honestly, this is like primal shit. Like, men had to figure out who the men were and who to fucking follow and part of it was
who to trust, who you don't
who
trust,
to fucking
who
you
know
poke them, you see who can keep themselves together and who fucking falls apart. And if you don't fucking put people under real pressure, you're not going to find out.
One is the one that completely falls apart in a crisis. I noticed that
exactly.
a lot too.
Exactly. And how will you know? How will you know?
Yeah, you don't until the crisis happens. And then they go and they cry. They literally cry.
But that's part of what the between
like, oh my
male
gosh,
children. That's part of it. Exactly. You fucking you harass each other. Sometimes it's you. Sometimes it's the other guy who gets it. It doesn't matter. You got to see who can take it and who's a little bitch. And part of it is like hardening. Like, well, fuck you. Like I don't care anymore. Like you don't fucking own me anymore, bitch. Like I don't know. There's a lot to it. I think it's very different times. I think.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Teaching these
I was
weird
from
things
a generation
to kids.
that was physical. People would beat up people who were smaller. I was smaller.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And there was a lot of like, big gay bashing and stuff, especially when I was in like middle school. Everything changed around the time I was in college, like at university age. And it happened really quick. And all of a sudden it was what you can't do and what you can't say. And soon it turned into call me this thing that doesn't make any sense, but I demand you do it anyway.
Well,
and
it's the whole pendulum always swings
pieces
too
of our
far,
children without parents' permissions.
We're
That
too
was
far one
crossing the
direction,
line.
and now we're too far in the other direction.
Right.
It's like we gotta
Like
stop
calling
halfway.
people arguing over what like pronouns and shit is one thing, but like having a debate over whether public schools should be allowed to put your children into a medical procedure
And not tell you about it, and like all these
the
crazy
hell?
shit.
To me, that is absolutely insane, and I don't understand it at all.
You're not putting your kids into school for them to do that kind of shit. You're supposed to learn fucking math, which
and the damage that you could do to a person who thinks that's what they want, but they really don't, and then later in life realizes they made a mistake. Are you kidding me?
I mean, you see this all the time. These people now are
Like,
coming
just
out.
the risk of that should
detransitioning,
make
all that
people
stuff.
stop doing this stuff. Like, that is horrible. Like, that's
He wanted to be a
evil.
Pop-Tart?
Evil. That's evil shit, as far as I'm concerned. Those
It
people
is.
who do
It's
that,
straight
like
evil.
in California and stuff, I think they need to be locked up.
Yeah.
Way more than
That's
these
child
immigrants.
abuse. I don't know. And schools, I don't know. I was talking to, again, other people that have kids, and they were saying, their kid had no math one year because the school, like, the teacher left like a couple weeks in, and then a sub, and then a partial, and then a this and that, and they never actually did any of
Because
the
they
curriculum.
can't, because they keep firing everyone and nobody's teaching like actual education. They're teaching this other stuff that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Nobody cares except for a small number of people who've somehow got a number of people to somehow care. Probably because money's
Yeah, and that's the
involved.
thing. Like, I mean, Bobby's saying this kid want to be a Pop-Tart, and it's like, the problem is someone somewhere in that person's life was telling them that this is okay, and like reinforcing it, and somehow probably not even just reinforcing it, but like galvanizing it that it couldn't be backed down on. Like it becomes something that's not even like a
It's now
negotiable.
your
It's like
identity. Right.
Exactly. It's like a core value that now like you got to fight for it or you're like incoherent or something. And it's and that's the kind of shit
Sabrina's got it.
Yeah, exactly. Just give me your money. Exactly. I'll come back for it later. I'm sure it'll be there. I'm not a bank anymore. Actually, I realized I transitioned into a shopping mall and I spent a lot of money. I don't know, man. It's just crazy. And then, like the LGBT, and I should have got this too. I didn't think of it till now, but apparently they changed the pride flag to, I guess include like a brown or something for like people of color and like 2 feathers for apparently there's like Native Americans that believe they're both male and like they have 2 spirits that live in them, so they're called 2 spirits. So they have like goodness. 2 feathers on the flag that are like in a circle to kind of show like they're both in one host or something because Native Americans believe in this thing or whatever. And it's like, oh my fucking, we just can't get enough of it. We can't get enough of it. It's always got to be more and more crazy and more like, religion's bad, but the fucking Native Americans that believe in 2 spirits living in them, that's fine. But any other like really mainstream thing is just like evil and like
rainbow in the first place. So, to be honest, that's a Christian symbol.
Then they try to uncom. Yeah, exactly. I've had cats, dogs, horses, and a white kid wanting to be recognized as Spanish. That's interesting. And some of those things is like, well, what? Like, what? Like, what is like? Like, I don't know. Like, are you from Spain? Like, that's a whole. Like, you just want to be Spanish? Like, I don't know.
Right.
It's just like, okay, well, I guess world is whatever we want it to be. Which, I mean, I guess we all experience it different, but. Like, at some point, reality, like, the real thing kicks in and, like, it is what it is or it's not. Like, if you jump out of a plane and you're a bird, like, are you going to fly? I mean, you might believe that until you hit the ground. Yeah. I would love to see it. Maybe you believe hard enough, all of a sudden you're flying.
Though. Someone who believes, even just someone who believes they can fly. I mean, let us aside, I'm a bird, right? I can fly. Okay. Well, if we go with that side of thinking, then we should support your decision to believe that you can fly, and that I believe that you can. So go for it. Splat. Because that's what'll happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, gravity. Let's see. I mean, at some point, like, reality wins. So, I mean, I'm all about it. If they start flying,
side, it's just
like shit. I will support the hell out of that.
You're a human being without any mechanical or technological aid. You cannot fly. I don't care what you think. If I let you jump off this building, you will die. So morally, I would have to stop you because I don't want to be responsible for your death.
Honestly, I'd be like,
if you want to do it again when I'm not here, I guess I can't.
I think I would try a little bit. Like, I would try initially, but if they were like insistent, I'd be like, all right. I mean, honestly, everyone's got to live their own life.
I just want to be a grumpy old guy who just like tells people to go F it. Sit on my porch.
If you want to jump off the building and find out if you can fly.
With my saber-toothed cat and my shotgun and my whiskey and my bottle of Pinot Grigio, I'll be all set.
Well, at least if we are grumpy old men who just want to drink all day and we want to identify as that, I mean, that to me is reasonable. But if I want to identify as a supermodel, I don't think many people are going to agree with that assessment.
I would like to identify as a rich person.
Oh, that
like
too.
A really rich person, like Scrooge McDuck level rich. Like I need to keep my money in a bin, like a giant money bin. Like,
all right. Well, let's see. Hold on. Let's see if we can.
And Cecilia Wong, the National Legal Director for the American Civil Liberties Union. And Cecilia, the ruling does not remove these books from the shelves. It doesn't stop schools from teaching them. Why do you think this was a bad decision?
Well, all right. So just to make sure everyone heard that, we are not taking them off the shelves, and we are not preventing it from being, which I think is what should have happened.
It means you're not doing anything.
So frankly, we didn't do what we should have done, and we catered again, and oh, look at Miss Person over here who I could use a variety of descriptors
I still
for.
don't get this. So we're saying here that Trump is saying that parents can opt out now, as opposed to just getting rid of this stuff and just saying if you need this, you can have it at home, or after school activities.
No, I think. Well, we'll see. But I think what it is they
when I
can
was
choose
growing up,
to take their kids out of those curriculum pieces.
Classes.
So they can say,
it just seems like, okay, so what do they do? Like when the rest of the class is learning this crap, what do they do?
Exactly. So I'm not sure. Is there a replacement?
Then they start
curriculum?
getting into logistics issues, and like, when are these kids, eating, and are they being kept together because these kids had this lesson? They're going to talk about it in front of these other kids who didn't have that lesson. I mean,
and who don't want to hear about Peter putting his Peter in the pool.
Public school. If you really need an LGBTQ environment /education, I think you should have special LGBTQ education schools, just like Catholics do it, and other stuff.
I mean, that's true, but I swear to God, if anyone sent their kid there, they should be arrested for child abuse. Just straight up.
But I'm not saying there should be like dedicated schools for that. I mean more like when I was growing up, like there were like schools after hours, like on Saturdays. Our high school was used for like Japanese kids to learn Japanese stuff, like their Japanese language and Japanese history from a Japanese perspective, because a lot of Japanese people living around the area. I mean, there's no reason that you can't do that with this. It's a special interest. I understand that. There are some people that matters to. It's just that there's only like
I feel like
them.
If it was maybe extracurricular,
really
like an after-school thing or something, I'd be like, okay, that's just whatever. That's weird, but whatever. At least it's not child abuse necessarily, because you don't have if you're making your kid
in the right
take it or
direction.
something, but no,
Hopefully.
this is okay. So let's find out what happens to why she's pissed, and this is like the funniest face I could have stopped on, but why she's pissed and what happens to the kids who don't want to be part of this is very important.
She looks like she's gonna sneeze.
She looks like an Asian person doing a little ching chong mouth.
Oh yeah, she's Asian though.
From teaching them, why do you think this was a bad decision?
Well, thanks, Jake, for having me on. I think today's decision by the Supreme Court is unfortunately a drastic break from decades of precedent, and has the potential to sow real chaos and disruption in public schools across America. For the first time,
a drastic break sowing chaos and destruction because we can opt out of something?
Oh my gosh. Chaos and destruction.
We are sowing chaos and destruction across the country. This is an unprecedented break from the norm. Unprecedented. Holy crap. Since when was trans shit precedented to begin with? God damn, what is she going to try and... Okay, let's hear this.
Under the Supreme Court's order today, parents with religious objections are empowered to pick and choose from a secular public school curriculum, which interferes with the school district's legitimate educational purposes and its ability to operate schools without disruption. And ironically, this ruling comes in a case where the curriculum is designed to foster civility and help young learners foster understanding across differences and agree and disagree with civility. So I think it's a very unfortunate.
Meaning our propaganda that you have to read in order to,
and why it got to be this young
part of our thoughts process.
First off, none of this should even be coming into effect at this age. Number one. Number two, then they're talking about that we can discuss civilly and disagree in a civil manner or whatever. Yeah, fucking right. I bet I would love to see anyone in any one of those classes be like, this is weird, or I don't think that's right, or this doesn't seem good to me. What the fuck you think would happen? You think there would be any civility? It would be some fucking extreme, like, you're a fucking anti-fucking trans, fucking hater, racist, Nazi, fucking terrorist, fucking blah, 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 blah. All of a sudden, you'd be the worst person ever just for saying, I don't really like this. I mean, obviously, I have no current example of this, but I could imagine. I actually can't imagine anyone on the left possibly being able to hear. They can't even hear. We're going to allow people to opt their kids out without freaking out and saying this is a mass chaos and destruction.
Chaos and destruction will ensue. Rue her words.
Oh my God. And I would love to know, first off, how many people are going to take advantage of this, even though it should be 100%. I could imagine because I imagine a lot of parents don't even pay attention, to be honest. How could it get to this point if the parents were actually paying any attention? How could you know this is what's going on?
Away from them for half of a day.
Exactly.
You don't have to worry about them.
Exactly. That's all school is this fucking daycare that's like subsidized by the government.
Exactly. It's like, it's basically free.
And if they learn something, they learn something. But in the meantime, we're going to feed all this propaganda down their throat, make sure they're completely retarded so that they can't get a job, and then they can just be useless, like low-level entry late. We are trying to get rid of China. We need complete retard, dropout, fucking loser-ass kids to fucking fill all the slots of these fucking, slaves effectively. We need slave labor. I think, honestly, this has been systematically. This is how they're fucking effectively enslaving the younger kids because they're so fucked up. They don't know the difference of reality. They don't know math. They can't read. They can't read fucking cursive, which is just like the letters aren't that fucking different. Take a fucking second and just look at it. They can't write their hand. Like, I've seen they can't drive. They have anxiety about waking up in the morning. Like, goddamn, every single one of them is fucking retarded. I feel like, what did you send me the other day? We have to pull that up. Hold on. This is just.
It was the one about the girl who can't get a job because she can't leave her support dog because her dog gets separation anxiety from her.
Oh my God, her support dog needs her to support the dog too, apparently.
Exactly. She's the support animal for her dog.
Oh my God.
And she can't function as an adult to get a job, and she's like 30 years old.
Yeah, this right here though, I think highlights just how this is reality. I'm gonna say it right now. This is where we've got to, and it's true.
This type of table. It's hot on the bottom. It's hot on the bottom. Okay. It's motherfucking hot on the bottom.
What?
She was just going to keep grabbing it from the bottom. What the hell?
They have no ability to comprehend anything. Their brains don't work. You have to tell them this woman needed to say, child, grab it by the handle because the bottom is hot. That's the only way they could have understood that. They couldn't just reason that don't grab the bottom because it's hot. That's not enough. That's not enough.
Oh my gosh. If she was a dad, he probably would have let her grab the bottom after the third try.
Probably, yeah, the third time. Yeah, I'd be like,
I think I would. Okay. I would if I was a dad.
I'd be like, okay, let's see where this goes. I tried 3 times to give you a clue, and you're this fucking stupid. Let's see where this goes. My friend was telling me his sister apparently is like afraid to drive-ish, but when they try and teach her, if she gets scared, instead of hitting the brakes, she will hit the gas.
That's not smart.
Yes, and this person is apparently getting a PhD in like chemistry and is supposed to be like smart.
Thank God she can afford an Uber.
Yeah, and it's like, and both him and
Chemists make really good money, by the way, people
won't take her driving anymore because they're scared.
Smart enough for the maths.
And it's just fucking crazy. Like, I told him, I was like, look, if I was driving with her and she did that, I would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are supposed to be a smart person and you can't tell the difference between the brakes and the gas? Are you? I would be like, you are a fucking idiot retard. If you can't fucking figure this, I would tear the shit into her. That's the only fucking, you gotta like get them to the core and be like, oh my God, like something fun, because they just hear, oh, you're so perfect all the time. They hear, oh, you're just so good.
It's
Everything
okay. You did your best.
Yeah. Oh, they could do nothing and just get rewarded for it. And it's like,
everybody.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. At what point do you have to say, I take some sort of responsibility to not be a complete and utter fucking retard?
My trophy
makes no sense.
was not dying. I survived childhood. That was my trophy. I made it into adulthood.
I appreciate you sticking around with us, Sabrina. Have fun shopping. Unwind your brain. I need to wash after this
Everyone
as well.
needs bleach.
This is crazy.
Getting rid of crime scene cleanup, by the way.
I hope you had at least some fun hanging out with us. We'll still be looking at a few more things here and look forward to you joining us again later. All right, let's see. Tremendous. Wait, did I just? Okay, yeah.
Decision that really is at odds with the history of the court's precedents on the First Amendment.
And let's read some of the decision written by Justice Alito. He talks about one of the books in question. It's called Uncle Bobby's Wedding. It's about a same-sex wedding. Alito writes, quote, "It presents acceptance of same-sex marriage as a perspective that should be celebrated. Other Americans wish to present a different moral message to their children, and their ability to present that message is undermined when the exact opposite message is positive, reinforced in the public school classroom," unquote. So Alito's argument is that parents should have the final word when it comes to teaching their children about morality, that they should have the final word when it comes to their education, especially if the government, the school, is teaching something that contradicts their religion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I agree.
I don't understand how we can take any of what he just said and try and do anything different with it. Like,
it just makes perfect sense.
The state, I mean, I will actually try and offer one.
It's the way that you avoid your state turning your children into a revolutionary army against you.
Well, yes, but the only converse I will say, and I think might have some ground, although it's not what this lady's going to say, I guarantee it, is people, like right now, the country, I feel like, doesn't have like a unifying set of beliefs anymore. Like it used to be very like Christian
it doesn't.
values.
And it is because we are a Christian nation. We are founded as a Christian nation. But as President Obama said, we are no longer a Christian nation. Yeah. So it's because our Christian side is at odds with our insane side. Sorry.
Yeah. But that's the problem. We didn't even move to something. We just moved into like this like this like just festering everything of his craziness.
Yeah. At least for the next 4 years, a lot of this craziness is be on a.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, we're already taking care of it to a large.
I'm worried about what happens after that.
I mean, me too, honestly, because I could see them going even more extreme if they get in charge again or whatever.
Does that too much? It's like a rubber band that won't stop stretching. It's got to snap eventually.
I would love to just say, if you're a Democrat, you can have California, Washington, Oregon.
We'll even give you New Mexico.
New Mexico, exactly. You can have it. Maybe you
Vegas,
can have part of Idaho,
Nevada. We don't really care about that too much.
You know, maybe half of Montana.
How about we'll split it? They can have Vegas, and we'll take Reno.
You know, I just look at, they can have more of the coastline. Just leave us a couple port cities on the coast, and we'll take the middle. You take the outside. They would definitely fall apart within a few, I don't know, maybe 10 years. It'd be complete just chaos. And then we'd take it over.
I don't know how worse it can get than that.
Well, exactly. the first time I went to California, when we landed at the airport, I thought literally we were landing in like the hills of Colombia or something. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is insanity. I was like, turn this shit around. I don't want to be here. You're paying millions of dollars to live in this fucking shithole that I thought was a third world fucking country? Are you kidding me?
Wow. I know it's bad, but I have never been to LA. I have to admit. I've been to San Francisco and I've been to San
wish
Diego.
I hadn't been. Like, God bless. They are terrible.
I was in San Francisco in the 90s. That was the last time I was in California.
I mean, it might have been nice back in the day. I don't know. But right now, it's just...
I'm sure it was.
It doesn't feel safe and nothing. Like, I would not want to live there. I don't understand why... Well, I'm sure rich people live in like a subsection that maybe is
I'm
nice
sure
still,
the rich area is heavily patrolled and has lots of security and walls and things.
Yeah, all the walls that they don't want us to
like,
have, you know?
Yeah, it's not like it doesn't affect them, though. They still got to go out sometimes.
I mean, do they? I don't know. Or how big is their little community?
If anyone can back me up on this, I don't know if this is true or not. Because I learned about it from the internets, and you can't always trust what you learn on the internets. But apparently there's some underground tunnels beneath Los Angeles for rich people to use as secret tunnels so they can get from point A to point B without being harassed by the paparazzi.
No,
I believe it's true. I believe it's true. It only makes sense. I'm like, why not? I mean, they're rich. They have like all the fucking money. Of course they can do that. And they can do it in secret too. So it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Man, I want to pass into those. Well, I don't want to go to LA.
I know. Well, that's what I'm thinking though. Is like how rich you gotta be. How rich you gotta be, and how do you find out about it?
Yeah, it's like the secret, not the underground tunnels beneath Disney World, but there's like a secret, like a semi-secret, like lounge for super rich people in Disneyland, or both.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently, you can only get in there if you're rich. Prove that you're rich. I mean, unless you're famous and like people just know who you are.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing. If you're a celebrity or something, that's
a lot of money.
But even then, like, what your agents? Like, how do you even? Someone contacts you one day, you get a phone call from the Illuminati, like, "Hey, do you want a tunnel pass?" Like, who the fuck is this?
I don't
know.
know.
You know what I'm saying?
I learned about this a while ago, and I believe it's still a thing.
Someone just sits down at your table at lunch one day and is like, "Well, I heard, you're in the market for a tunnel pass," or like, "What the fuck?"
It's like you have to. I guess you have to be approached because it's so exclusive. Like you go into this lounge, and it's apparently quite large, and
because if it was the other way around, people would know about it. Like if it was like, "Hey, contact me for one of these."
It's like the doors are not labeled. Yeah, that's it. Club 33. I think that is what it is. He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, look it up. I mean, it's semi-secret. Like enough people know about it. Like if I know, right? That's definitely.
Yeah, but this is the Disneyland one. But like, I mean, that's one thing. But like underground tunnels in the city, and like apparently they got a Starbucks down there that you don't even have to pay for because it's just like part of
tunnels,
like.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, that's why I learned about that too. Again, internet. What can you do?
Yeah, but again, like how, like
true. It sounds true.
Like if that's a goal for me, like how much money do I need to get? You know what I'm saying? Like I want to be part of that club. How much money I need? Like, is it realistic for me or not really? You know what I'm saying?
And then I know this isn't quite the same thing, but I saw this other this YouTube short yesterday with these dogs jumping off of diving boards into the water, and it took me a minute to realize it wasn't real.
Well, yeah.
It was so
I saw the same thing. It was cats or whatever.
It's like, there's no way that you got a dog to do that. And then they had like 15.
Yeah. But at first I was like, really? And then I was like, oh, okay, no. Yeah. But that's a problem. The AI makes everything like, now it's like less, everything is like hard to believe. It's like, is this AI am I looking at, or is this real? And like Iran kept putting out fucking fake bullshit, or they'd put like gameplay footage from a game and be like, this is what we just did to Israel. And it's like, dude, this is from like a game from like 2 years ago. What are you talking about? Did this fucking idiots?
That's from Call of Duty.
Like somehow nobody gonna know this, or like what? Like really? Or like they will just take a picture of something on the internet that's publicly available and be like, oh, this is what we did to the plane. It's like, no, this is fucking 3 years ago. This picture was posted, you retard. Like, it's not even hard to, it's called image search.
Yeah.
Holy
This
crap.
takes a few moments.
All right, we keep getting distracted, but apparently this
We
is
are? Oh my gosh,
completely devastating and chaos ensuing because
Chaos
these,
ensuing.
you know,
Chaos will be coming, as well as destruction and many bad things.
yeah, the actor bond, exactly, the one with the Starbucks. And I mean, do you have to be an actor? Is it like an Actors Guild like exclusive? Like you got to be a member?
I think you have to be rich, because I'm sure like super rich like directors and.
Well, yeah, but is it just like media, like like Hollywood people, or is it like just like a doctor or like a lawyer or like? What if you're just a day trader and you just happen to be fucking rich as hell? You know, it's like, I don't know. How do you? That's the thing. How do you get into these like secret societies or whatever? Like, hit me up if a secret society is listening. I want in.
Yeah, Illuminati. Let us know how we can join you.
Honestly, I feel like someone has been like maybe monitor. I feel like a crazy person sometimes, but I think someone is monitoring me for one of these agencies, to be honest. So if you're watching, you're not being that sneaky about it, and I would love if you just talk to me directly. Well, and if you're Department of Homeland, I didn't do anything to promise, so just stay away from me.
Wasn't me either.
I love Trump. I mean, how much did we look at today? We looked at the fucking... We looked at all kind of good shit. Like, I'm the good guy, so just leave me alone. All right. So apparently,
most rich people in LA are.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Which I don't even. I mean, I don't know if it's part of their contract. They got to say.
I'm sure they're like the super rich. Awesome.
Well, and they probably got multiple locations. But all right, this lady is about to let us know why all of this is so scary for everyone.
Tell us, lady.
Why is that a problem for you?
Well, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out in her dissent, which includes the entirety of that book, Uncle Bobby's Wedding, points out, what really happened here is that the Montgomery County...
Hold on.
Uncle Bobby's Wedding? I thought we were talking about the boy named...
Did she just say... No, we're talking about this apparently, but...
Okay, sorry.
She said she included the book in its entirety in her statement, in the official statement from the judge. Included the...
mean.
Did I hear this correctly? Commander Hammer, what are you up to? Long time no see. Glad you dropped in. We're reviewing some very important world news politics right now.
Very important.
But I have to back this up because I'm really struggling. So hold on. Let's hear this one more time.
Religion. Why is that a problem for you?
Well, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out in her dissent, which includes the entirety of that book, Uncle Bobby's Wedding.
I heard it right. She included the entirety of the book in her dissent. Just so it could be... I'm assuming she did this so that it would be recorded, like the book would be written also into like a law statement so that if someone reviewing law stuff would also one day have to read this fucking retarded book in its entirety as to make, like, I don't know, like,
especially if there's some part of their job that says they have to, which they probably... That's really mean. That's why I said it was mean. Like, you're like forcing someone to read this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, you know, once you, like, why?
If it's paperclip
again,
too,
it's like you're forcing and you're
fine.
offering some people a way out. And I don't know, like, it'd be one thing like, oh, I want to opt out of like, well, first off, something like math. Okay, well, that doesn't even make sense. But if it was like, oh, I don't want to be supportive of the country or something, and I don't want like some sort of like civics, or like I don't want to like say, or I mean, not even compel people to like say anything, but like, you know, if you're like, I don't want to support the country, well,
that falls on that. Like, that's falling into the other thing that's going on with Pledge of Allegiance. Like, they let, so if, as far as I know, if you have the Pledge of Allegiance, which is being brought back to schools, and you don't want to say it or you have an objection, they will allow you to stand out. The rest of the class says the pledge. That isn't that different from how it was when I was younger.
Well,
so
the thing,
that's okay,
the one criticism of the pledge that people like, I think, have any sort of maybe thing is like, you know, one nation under God, like whatever. I think they like would like abstain
right. That's
that
what
one
the
line
objection
or whatever.
was during my age. It was the more religious people didn't like because their objection is that we were putting country before God.
Yeah, which, you know, that's one thing, but to like completely just be like, I don't want to support the country in any way, shape, form, and like it's like we're just going to constantly be like, oh, it's terrible and blah, 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 and blah. Ziggy, what up, what up, what up? We are still, believe it or not, doing news. This went way longer than I thought it would, but I think we've been having a good time. Is everyone having a good time so far? Are we doing justice at all, or are we just completely kind of flopping here? I think we're doing decent. I think people are having a good time.
Yeah, they know we're not entirely.
Yeah, this is just we're having a good time. I mean, a lot of it is 100% what I think, but there's at least
we're giving
one or two
honest,
things that might
good
not be.
opinions about silly things, so they can only be so serious.
I mean, this is like apparently super serial, but at the same time, you know.
Well, this is for some people, but I don't have kids, to be honest. I don't really care that much. But I do because I was a kid once, and I can imagine having kids. And I have friends who have kids, and I care about them and their kids. So I do care. So it does matter. So yeah, we can continue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, regardless if you have kids or not, this is the next generation of our country, right?
These
like
will
this
be
is
our senators and our congresmen and our doctors and our lawyers and our
well, even if they aren't
pilots,
directly, they're going to be voting on the retards like these fucking this guy who got
unless they're all replaced by robots.
Damani or whatever. What's Damami? Mayor New York, something like that. What's this guy's name? This fucking retard.
What, the guy, the California governor? What are you talking about?
No, this guy, New York. This guy, I think he just won, and he's like a socialist. He wants to.
Oh yeah, the guy in New York. I haven't.
He
really
wants
heard
to raise the taxes on all the businesses and like high wealth people, and make like everything free for like low income people. And it's like, do you understand? The business doesn't have to stay there. It's gonna fucking leave, or it's gonna, you know. How do you think this fucking works?
Ma'am Donnie?
And somehow he won. That's just... And that just goes to show how fucked New York is. How many people did they import into New York to vote for this retard? Because there's no way that, like, real American citizens who are hardworking, high income, actually, like the business owners... Everyone that actually makes up the fucking city, there's no way they voted for this guy. All right. So
yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming
I swear to God, I get so worked up about this.
New York, you have to be a resident of the city of New York.
Well, that's the thing too. Apparently, in the whole like no ID laws. Like, you're not allowed to show ID or ask for it and all that shit. Like, how many people are voting that aren't even citizens? They just come in for the day to do the vote and then, like, disappear into the shadows. Jesus fucking God, man. All right, let's see what she has to say about this. I'm going to grab a water.
Points out what really happened here is that the Montgomery County Schools District decided to have books that were inclusive on LGBT themes as well as other themes about inclusion of people of different races and people of different religions. And the issue is that these were all age-appropriate materials that portrayed an inclusive attitude toward people from across differences. The book itself, whether parents object to it or not, they can teach their kids what they want and react to those books at home. But in the classroom, up until today's decision, the Supreme Court has always said that as to a secular public school curriculum, parents don't get to pick and choose in that secular curriculum. What happened in the case below is that Montgomery County at first let parents opt out of this curriculum. And what they saw was rampant absenteeism where kids were not in class. Sometimes kids would skip the entire school day. And there was a real stigmatizing effect on kids whose parents might be gay or lesbian. The whole point of
Holy moly.
There was a lot of gobbledygook being spoken there.
A whole bunch. Well, frankly, there wouldn't even be a stigma on the parents if it wasn't like forced into, like if it was just,
yeah.
Oh my God. And you can't pick and choose your curriculum and all this stuff. Like, oh my God, like what are we trying to do here? Like, I don't understand. Like, and again,
maybe
with the age, why the age? Why the age?
Sorry. Why they're doing it so young is beyond me. And why they even think that's important is beyond me.
It is just
I mean,
great. And why is it so important?
I don't know when y'all learned about sex ed in school, but for me, I was middle school. I was in 6th grade, so I was like 11 years old.
Yeah.
And that was the first time that we had anything like that.
That has got to be the earliest. You had, like, elementary
I don't
school,
feel like that was
shouldn't
too
even
early
be a
or
hint
too
of
late.
any of this. You think
It was early enough that most of us weren't doing anything about stuff anyway, so it was cool to have some, heads up knowledge.
Yeah.
But
well, I think like anatomy is one thing as like an intro, and then sex ed like the next year or something. Like, I don't know. At least be familiar with what the parts are, and then like start talking about how to use them later. But it shouldn't even be a thing. Like the moral of the story should be don't do it.
Right.
It's that simple. I don't even like that. I don't know. Like, I knew maybe a couple people when I was younger, but like for the most part, it was, you don't do that. Like, it wasn't like, oh, everybody having sex all the time. It's like, literally, no. You just it shouldn't be. Well, especially at this age. And why do we care so much? And at what point are these kids like interacting with all of these people that are like trans
super
and like,
sexualized?
Frankly, why should they?
Everything?
Exactly, the overly sexualized people, and that's the thing. That like I think ruins the whole thing. Like I think the LGBTQ whatever could be fine if it wasn't like so overly sexualized on top of everything else.
I completely agree with that.
Because then you can't go near it with children at all, and they want to, or like even at
that's why
Pride,
it makes
and you
so
see
freaking
crazy
creepy.
shit.
And it should be illegal. This freaking like having transvestites come to your school to like give presentations like without parents' knowledge. That's messed up.
Yeah, it's just
we weren't able to do anything at school without a permission slip signed by our parents.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
And this was like going to like on a field trip to like learn about horses and horse-drawn wagons from the, pioneering days. It's like educational stuff, not, I don't know what they even call this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. So like, that's the thing. You don't agree with us freak out time. But this lady even was saying, oh, this gives us a chance to have like, to talk about it and have civil disagreements. It's like, there's no way. That's what I was saying earlier. They would freak the fuck out if you ever said anything like, oh, this doesn't seem right, or, oh, I don't know about that, or like, there would be no, oh, let's talk about it and like whatever, and you can have your opinion and we can have ours and this and that. It's like, no. It's like, you're a fucking racist, you're a Nazi, you're a fucking anti-trans, anti-queer, anti-this, that. Like, they have a million things, and it's like, you're all of them just because you want to say, I don't know, that doesn't seem right to me. It's like, and why it's got to be so important, and why it's got to be so early. Even if it was important, it's too early.
It is, yeah, for like grade school kids, yeah. Elementary school, yeah, too early. They're young. They should be worrying about drawing within or coloring in the lines, not.
And that's the thing, you can be gay and trans and whatever, but why do you got to be like sexual all the time, or like make it a big deal all the time?
You might be able to fit them in other places.
It is what it is.
And if you don't like those, you can change your parts.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God.
No,
yeah,
kids need to worry about like sharing and like not hitting other kids, and like learning how to actually read, and maybe learn how to read cursive so they can actually sign their name and know what it actually means. Just saying.
Oh my God.
Things that actually come useful in life. Maybe how to tie knots. You know, that would be a really useful skill that they stopped teaching in school a long time ago. But by the way, you could learn in the Boy Scouts, which don't exist anymore.
Yeah, because of this
Not
shit.
really.
Well, I mean, kind of in a way, but maybe
Well, yeah, I'm not sure about the whole.
All right, I take it back. That was a whole different problem.
Yeah.
But anyway, it kind of falls in the same umbrella. I don't know. It feels, and that's the problem. It all feels the same because they make it all the same. When in fact, it's not.
And we can't even make a normal decision about a normal. Weird because of these rainbow loving people. Well, I love rainbows too. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean to say it like that. You know what I mean, though.
And that's the problem right
These
there.
Crazy
the worst
people
part,
with
some
the
people,
multicolored hair.
Well, and the parents.
I'm sorry, Sabrina. If you have multicolored hair, I'm actually not
enable this shit. Like they not only enable it, but they like encourage it. And exactly. I think I saw this same video, and like the child, like one of the parents was encouraging the child to be like transitioned, but when the dad got to talk to the kid by himself, he was like, "Yeah, it's like." I say that so mom will love me or whatever. And it's like, you know, these kids, they just want approval. They don't know what the fuck they want. And if you're like, oh, I'm only going to love you, or like, I need you to be this way or this, or I'm pushing this on you or like whatever, of course.
No, that's wrong. Shouldn't do that. Put some shit on the kids, but.
And that's the thing. Even the more sensible in the group is saying it's a problem, right? It's like
people
the ones
don't
that
really
are
understand
more middle.
I think a lot of people don't understand like peer pressure and how it works with kids. And they think of it as like the sketchy kid in school who comes up to you and says, "Hey, you want a cigarette?" Right? It's peer pressure, but it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that doesn't ever happen.
I'm looking across the whatever, and I see these kids hanging out, and they're all enjoying each other's company, and I want to be like them because they're older than me, and they're confident they are and what they're doing right now. I want to be confident about myself, so I think if I go over there and I start smoking cigarettes with them, they'll let me join them, and I will somehow gain this confidence. And that's exactly what happened to me. And I now smoke cigarettes, and I still. And that's peer pressure. That's real peer pressure. It has nothing to do with being actually pressured by an.
I mean, I think there are situations when it's like a direct
group is now
pressure,
saying you got to cut off your parts, and because of something you're not, because that's what we're all doing. And if you don't, you're not a victim, and only victims matter. And if you're not a victim, then that. You're part of the patriarchy, and that's the oppressor. So of course you're a victim, and of course I guess I'm a victim, because you can find everyone's a victim some way. I mean, exactly. You know, if you look hard enough, you'll find a reason to be a victim. Everyone wants to be a victim, like it's some badge of honor, which is weird.
Exactly, it's like a good thing. The more victim-y you can be, like the higher on the totem pole you are.
I have control of my life, and I control my own destiny. So far as God will allow.
Well, I mean, the same as like this lady. Oh, you can't like choose what you listen that, and it's everyone got to do this and blah blah.
Everyone's got to be what they are, but they're not allowed to choose. We have to choose for you.
You can choose your gender, but you can't choose whether to fucking learn something or not, or have some crazy person tell you things all day that you have to agree with, or you'll have some bad grade on your fucking. It doesn't even make sense. Like what? Like how do you get graded on this? Like how accepting you are? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Secular public school is that people must listen and learn to agree or disagree with civility. And I think the Supreme Court's decision
where's
today
the
is really
civility?
going to disrupt the whole central idea of secular public education in this country. You don't have to agree with everything that you learn in school or that you're exposed to in school, but you do. Until today, you did have to sit and listen and engage.
Like
with others.
What? What subjective things do you have to deal? What are you talking about?
Subjective? She's not talking about any. Oh wait, no wait. Subjective is all she's talking about.
Like, wait a minute. So wait.
I got those flipped. Subjective is opinion. That's what she's talking about.
This doesn't make any sense to me. What are you talking about?
She's basically arguing that we all have to sit down and talk about what we agree and disagree. She's not saying that part out loud, though. That's this part we don't say out loud.
Oh my God!
In the classroom,
which basically means we're going to talk to you and talk to you and talk to you about the same thing over and over and over and over and over until you agree with us.
And has the potential to sow chaos.
Cecilia Wong with the ACLU, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's talk now with one of the parents who first
how
brought
do you
this case,
disagree
in Montgomery County,
like,
Maryland.
What do
Mom,
you disagree
Grace
with at school? Like science, you know, water is made of 2 hydrogen and oxygen. Nope, I don't agree with that. But you're forcing me to believe this bullshit.
I identify with a multiverse in which that is not true. And it's 2 heliums and 1 carbon atom.
It's just so fucking crazy. I'm trying to honestly think about what I don't agree with that I was... Like, I feel like everything is just... I mean, history is like, okay, well, maybe I don't agree necessarily with how this is portrayed, but okay, yeah, Columbus came to America, you know, like this war happened, like
whether
how exactly it's written
is debatable, but we know he came here.
Yeah.
That's not debatable.
You know,
he still
there's
accomplished something.
There's a lot of,
you know, statue down because his people maybe did some bad things to the indigenous population when they got here. Well, guess what? 1400. People weren't nice to each other. It's just how it was. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. But he also wrote the Constitution and helped draft all that stuff. It was really important to the foundation of our country. Knocking down a statue just because he owned some slaves, maybe isn't that. Because he's just a human. All humans do bad things and good things.
Well, and that's the thing. What was good or bad at the time might be different from now. And it's like, you know, we have to keep some alignment to that. And it's like, yeah, we can say this, that, or the other thing. But, you know, even today, there's probably a lot of things that in the future, people are going to be like, oh, my God, that was so, like, I can't believe they were doing those things. It's like, who knows? I don't know.
I mean, you could take it to a different level. So, like, let's say Abraham Lincoln. Right? I think everyone on both sides of things these days kind of agree that Abraham Lincoln was a good guy. He was a good president. He did good things. Okay, now we learn from his personal memoirs that he loved to kick puppies. Well, should we throw away everything he did because he also liked to kick puppies, which we all agree is really horrible, because honestly, it's not much worse than doing that in the world. Kicking puppies is pretty bad, especially if you're just doing it for fun. I don't think so. I think we wouldn't. I think we'd say, okay, we agree that he did really. We're going to put a plaque here now that says, although he did do great things, he puppy recognized that he was still a human.
Yeah, no, now we got to add a little addendum to the end and be like, well, let's just put this extra little caveat here.
Yeah, it's a little fine print underneath the fine print. Just be like, hey, a little asterisk. It's fine, amend that stuff, but don't destroy it. It's history,
Yeah.
Plus, some artists made that stuff. They worked really hard.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, come on. Like, there's bigger problems in the world. Like, can we focus on things that matter?
There's also a lot more problems in the world than our statues, agreed. Although, I think destroying those statues,
let's see
can't undo that.
If this guy has any better insights into any of this. We'll give them one last shot before we move on to the last couple things we have.
This is their redeeming moment.
Morrison, her attorney Michael O'Brien joins us as well. So Grace, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Montgomery County first removed the opt-out choice in 2023. You're a mom of public school kids in Montgomery County. Why did you bring this case?
I brought this case because my husband and I have an adopted daughter from Ukraine. She had been in the public school system for 7 years. She is a child with special needs. She has Down syndrome. And we became aware that in her special needs classroom, they were presenting books on sexuality and heavy topics of gender ideology. And we became very alarmed by this. Then to find out that we could no longer opt out of these materials, nor be even informed of what she was being taught. The books were being presented and discussed.
That doesn't even
so we
make
had to make the very
sense.
difficult.
What is the point of not informing? Like, what does that accomplish?
That was like that just made my point too. I mean, that kid has a lot more to worry about than other people's junk. Period.
Yeah.
And so do a lot of other kids. And I think most kids, if not all kids that age, have no reason to be thinking about other people's junk.
Well, I mean, regardless of any of that, what is the point of keeping that from the parent? If well, number one, if you think there's nothing
I can
wrong
only
with
think
it,
of
if you
one, and it's
genuinely
really
believe
bad,
there's
so-
no issue, why would you?
Yeah, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. No kidding. I can only think of one reason, and it's not a good reason, and it's very evil.
It's
And
they're
it
grooming
sounds like a
them.
PDF file.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. This is what they're. I'm telling you, this. I think this is intentional. Honestly,
Yeah,
I think
it's creepy and
intentionally
it's
they're
messed up.
trying to destroy at least a generation, or like cause the gap between people to like be huge, so that we have literally a whole class of people that are pretty much retarded because no one ever taught them anything.
Yeah, they're wasting their time learning about things that don't matter.
And they have like
They
no
get
attention span, and like
like they get so emotionally charged about that it just consumes everything about them. All their energy, all are consumed by this stuff. And that's
Yep.
it doesn't matter. It's the only reason it matters is because you guys are going crazy over it.
That's the only reason.
And you want everyone else to be as crazy
You're
as you
making
are.
it
and we
matter, and then
refuse
when
to be
people
insane,
reject it,
'cause we
you're
got
making
better
it
stuff
matter
to do,
even
like
more.
learning math and going to school and making
Yeah.
money.
Let's focus
And,
on those things.
And like,
Let's focus
you know,
on
keeping a
teaching
job,
people about their retirement
getting a
account
job,
and how to
getting a
fucking
better
invest
job.
and how to actually save money correctly and get rid
Yeah.
of all these like fake.
How to maybe treat the opposite sex so that we actually start having families.
Yeah, so
of-
we actually have
that
kids
don't
again.
fall apart, or people that have kids out of wedlock. And just never get
Honestly,
married.
I'm thinking about having a kid now that Trump is offering a fucking IRA to babies. The government's gonna give $1,000
That's
to
awesome.
fucking babies. Are you kidding me?
That's cool.
Talk about incentive shit, and then the point is,
if you had
by the
sweeties
time,
out there, let it be known.
yeah, well, I mean, exactly, but I'm just saying, by the time that the kid is 18, which is when that unlocks, they will have enough money to either choose to go to school and pay for it or start a business. Like,
Even
talk
with
about,
inflation? That's true. There's the steady
yeah,
growth.
they got 18 years of
okay.
compounding growth, and if they contribute to it every year like they should,
yeah,
you're setting up your child to actually succeed, and not the first thing they have to do is go into debt.
Yep.
And then be a slave to the fucking machine because they have to work at whatever. Like, they don't have a choice. And now you have a whole labor force of. They don't have a choice.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing I will give these younger kids. Yeah, I get it. It's tough, but grow the fuck up. Everyone's life is tough.
And I
whatever.
would also propose to make their lives easier, especially the young people as they're starting out in life, early 20s, is to just make it so if you are like 25 and younger, you can't vote.
Oh my God. There should be some requirements for voting, honestly.
Or maybe like I heard someone say, like, if you should, the only people who should be allowed to vote should be the people who are of age to be the president of the United States. I think it's 35. That'd be 35 and under just can't vote. And maybe that's extreme because there's a lot of 30-year-olds who shit does
That might be
impact
too
them.
much,
So that's why I say 25. And you could argue 21. That's a step in the right direction. I don't know why they opened it up to 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds.
Oh my God!
I really
yes,
don't.
no, I
But
I
when
say
was
at
18,
least
19,
22.
and 20, I really to be.
It
a
can't
good
be
voter.
21 because you probably haven't had a job yet. As if you went to school, like you don't count.
You need life
Fuck off.
experience. You're too young. If you're in college, you definitely don't have the life experience.
If you have
yet.
not had to work for someone
and if you're
yet,
not in
you don't
college
get
and
to
you
vote.
just started working after high school, you're still getting that experience. So yeah,
there's no
21 and old, 21 and older.
You gotta have
I
actually
like it
lived
with
a
that.
little bit first to be
Yeah.
able to make a decision. Like, and you can't be living with mommy if you're
And it takes
fucking.
the stress off of you. You don't have to be all, going to all these rallies.
Yeah.
Worrying about when's the next rally, because you never know, these things pop up. So you just take that out of your distress out of your life. Worry about your resume and your.
I can't believe that shit. Anyway,
your
all right,
hobbies.
we have an attorney here. Maybe he'll actually. I don't know if he's on the good side or the bad side, but we'll find out if he actually has a brain or not.
Decision to remove her from the school system, and that came at a great personal cost. And we have been, walking through this case. So today we are really rejoicing to have those by the Supreme Court to have those rights restored.
So, how much of this was because of your child's special needs, and how much was it because of whatever religious objections you and your husband might have?
At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave, but there's actually a basement entrance right there. Don't miss out the.
For our family, this material was directly opposed to our religious beliefs. We are Catholic, and the things that were being presented were in complete conflict with our Catholic faith, and we were raising our daughter in the Catholic faith. So it was especially difficult for a child with special needs to not be able to understand why the teacher.
I just took a drink and could not handle that question. I almost died. I'm sorry. All right, hold on. That was hilarious. But yes, it's just, anyway, I can't take any more. I think we've heard all that we need to hear about this. I can't believe this is even an issue. I can't believe that they're complaining that people can choose to opt out and that they think it's so chaos and destructive.
It's chaos and destruction across the country.
It's not chaos and destruction that you're like jamming all this weird shit in everyone's face, but and I'm angry and trans every day. Every single day.
Every single day.
Oh my god. All right. Well, let's see.
I will give the left, at least they're pushing people to realize that Jesus is the right way to go. So I'll give them that.
Yeah, I think at a minimum, at least starting to have at least shared values, even if we want to call them Christian or not. Like, I think a lot of the values are values that we should have. Like, it doesn't really matter. And if people want to get religious or whatever about it, like it is what it is. But I think we should have some compass. Right now, our compass is all over the place, and I think we're starting to bring it back. I think Daddy Trump is
Big Daddy Trump is going to
trying to steer the children back in the right direction.
He's pointing in the direction of the future, and the future looks bright.
The future looks
at least
bright.
For the next 3.5 years.
It looks golden.
The next 3.5 years, it looks very good, in my opinion. And I'm amazed with Iran. Not just that he did it, which was amazing in its own, because all presidents have all been so. They've just been scared. They're all afraid. They're all cowards when it came down to it.
Well, yeah,
and they could have done things so much easier a while back when, like back 10, 15, 20 years ago. If they'd done something then, it would not have been so.
Well, I think in some ways yes,
Israel
but in
now.
some ways no. Just
yeah,
because,
in some ways yes, in some ways no. That's true. You never know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things, but I mean, even Trump being a billionaire,
he did
kind
act.
of
He acted in the
unshackles
right
him
way,
from a lot of
and
things.
It's not just that he acted in the right way, but it did turn out well. And so, call it what you will. It luck or God or whatever it was, it all worked out. So at least it seems to have. Yeah. You never know what the future might hold.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But apparently Laura Trump, who I don't know, we hear from her every once in a while, but I'm surprised. I don't know, like
Laura Trump.
Rips the Supreme Court for targeting Trump. Final nail in the coffin. Let's see what she has to say.
President Trump declaring a victory after his Supreme Court win on legal injunctions.
This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades, and we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. We can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis.
Laura Trump, host of My View with Laura Trump, joins us now. So great to see you this morning. Let's start with this issue of nationwide injunctions that have been issued by federal district courts against presidents lately. President Bush saw 6, Obama saw 12, President Trump saw 64 in his first term, Joe Biden saw 22, and Trump saw 40 just in the first year alone, first 6 months alone of his first term.
Yeah, Charlie tells you exactly what we all know already, which is that, none of this should have been happening. And it was targeted specifically at President Trump. Look, this was such a big win and such a good moment, not just for the president, but really for America. And I think that it was probably the final nail in the coffin to so much of the lawfare that this president in particular has endured. We know that first it was directed at him personally, his family, his company. And obviously, we remember about a year ago, all of that was still going on. This one was directed, though, at the American people. And why? It's because President Trump is the one from the Oval Office who was making these decisions, who was making these calls, and they were trying to thwart the will, these federal judges of the American people. They voted him into office. They wanted these things done. And it's so refreshing that the Supreme Court came down with this decision. So look, it's such a big win. Again, I'll say it, but I wish that some of these people who had obviously suffer from Trump derangement syndrome to such a high degree spent half of their time doing their job, putting actual criminals behind bars versus fighting President Trump. Think about, Charlie, what we could accomplish as a country and how much better off we'd be if these people actually focused on doing what they were elected to do.
Well, precisely. Not only is Trump winning in the courts, he's obviously winning majorly. Big.
Interesting. I don't think this title matches what she just said, because I feel like this title makes it sound like she's unhappy, but
yeah, I'm not sure.
Because this is...
Welcome to the News Hour. The U.S. Supreme Court delivered a major decision today, one that will limit federal judges' power to block the president's agenda nationwide. The decision, which resulted from a case related to an executive order.
Sorry.
Huh?
All right, I lost it, but she did cover it just now. Let's back this up just a moment. If we look at his little chart here, where was it? Injunctions halting presidential policies. Let's just zoom in a little bit here. Bush 3 per term, 6 total. Obama 6 per term, 12 total. Trump's first term 64. First term 4 years 64. 16 a year. Okay, still more than both of these guys for their whole time.
Okay.
Biden had 22. So far, we are at 40. So in his first term, he got 16 per year.
Months. Maybe it's been almost.
And now we're at 40, which is... So it's crazy. I see people all the time. Even, let me pull this one up. But they just can't look at, like... Oh, clearly. It must be because Trump is a terrible person and needs all these injunctions, right?
Yep.
That's
no,
why.
It's because there are a bunch of dill holes and they're trying to stop him. That was very apparent during his first term. He could barely get anything done because every some group of Democrats tried to stop him. They're still doing it. There's just not as many of them, and they don't have backing this time. He really won this election.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he destroyed it. I mean, there's not even a question. And they can't even, like, buy into it. And it's like, technically, I can't find it, but maybe next time if I can track it down. There's a chart of, like, how many people vote every year and then how many people voted for each candidate and whatever. And you can see, over time, the chart just kind of goes up pretty normal, except for 2020. There's an obvious anomaly of like millions of extra votes all of a sudden that disappeared this year, with the last election. Like all those votes just disappeared.
Where'd they all go?
And it went back into the same trend line that it would have been following if we hadn't had that weird year. And it's like, oh, there's no evidence of anything weird. Well, this one thing by itself, to me, honestly, is enough evidence, frankly. But you can't just have all of a sudden millions of new people voting and they only vote in one direction. So I think that's really what they fucked up. They didn't even understand how to cheat properly.
You don't change your grade from a D to an A+. You change it B- or a C+. Something believable.
Something no one would even consider. I don't understand. Like it's just hello. So anyway, we're at 40 here. I had a different thing to look at here, but effectively they're finally saying, you know what, you can't do this shit anymore. We've had enough of it. And then I saw another thing earlier today I also lost track of, but they were complaining like some districts represent the whole state, so it's like, is this really a district thing, or like what happens if one of these states where it's the whole district is, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like the point is stop doing it. So anyway, I think it's a big win. It just, because even though, you know, they don't want to report on this, they do follow all the, you know, like when they do the injunctions, they comply and they do what they have to, whatever, and they fight it and you know, eventually win and then get to do what they wanted to do anyway. But that's the point. They're still following the rules despite you being completely unreasonable.
Jerky about it?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's like,
yeah, it's unreasonable. Yeah, it is unreasonable. Resistance.
So
they're not looking out for anyone anymore except their own anger. Hatred of him.
So we got a couple more heavy
Orange
things.
Bad.
Let's see, what is this?
Dropped potential plans to lift sanctions on Iran after Supreme Leader declared victory, as Iran's foreign minister says if Trump wants a deal, he should put aside the disrespectful and unacceptable tone.
All right, so apparently Iran decided that they were victorious in this war.
Yeah, I heard about that. They totally destroyed Israel and the United States, and everything we threw at them, our millions of rockets were
they did nothing. I know. So apparently Iran won the war, and they are unhappy that we don't show them proper respect. I can't.
It's obvious we won.
I can't.
Jeez, we let you blow up our stuff to show you how awesome we are.
This is just
That
unbelievable.
proves how awesome we are.
It's like
it's a similar line of thinking to this other stuff we're talking about.
I know, I don't, but that's the thing. These aren't trans people for sure.
I'm the victor because I believe it more than you do.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Therefore, you give me the medals and I get the trophy.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You can't make this shit up. That's that thing, they say that there's nothing that is nothing stranger than fiction than reality, or
it is true. All right, so apparently we need to drop the sanctions on Iran, and we need to recognize their victory in this amazing and unexpected turn of events.
Let's bring in KT McFarland, President Trump's former national security advisor. So, KT, help me. Do you think that right now Iran is even in the mood to actually negotiate in a serious way?
Is Iran in the mood?
Are they in the mood? Do they feel
Iran
like
in the mood?
We'd like to see if their dance card has been filled up yet or not.
Dance card!
Excuse me, but do you feel like maybe talking about this?
Is that a thing?
We could have some wine and cheese while we talk about it.
How the fuck do you know about this thing? I've never heard of a dance card before. That's crazy.
The dance? Oh, God, yeah, that's Victorian level stuff. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you are a vampire. This is unreal. Holy crap. Oh my God. I never even knew about this. This is unbelievable.
Yeah. You sign it so that I want the next dance is I'm just going to sign your dance card. Or you give, or it's like a marker. I think maybe.
Yeah, I think it sounded like an after thing so they can remember who was dancing with them or something. But anyway, that's interesting. All right. Holy crap. Yeah, I guess Iran needs to be treated like a fancy bitch. They want a politician and he's a businessman. Well, I think
That's exactly what we wanted. We didn't want another fucking politician.
We didn't want exactly. We want someone to actually do something and make some decisions that are in the interest of the people.
Someone who wants to do the job well and actually gives a shit about.
And despite all the hate from the people that should be appreciative, like he still does it anyway and doesn't
like bank account. Pocketbook. I realize that's an old term too. Your bank account. You're not worried about his bank account. He already has
That's
one.
really up to them. I mean, it doesn't matter to us, right? They're isolated. They don't have any international friends. Iran's pals, Russia and China basically abandoned Iran. Iran doesn't have any regional friends because his proxies, Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, the missile defense systems in Syria, they're all gone or they've sided with the United States.
Ooh, burn! She just said all your friends abandoned you, bitch. You got no friends. China don't love you. Russia don't love you. Your terrorist friends that you gave all that money to, they don't love you, or they've been blowed up already and they don't love you no more. So nobody likes you.
I think it kind of took everyone by surprise, both Ukraine and Iran with Trump. And they're all a little scared what to do. Like, Putin's in no place to start shit when he's bogged down in his own problems.
Well, that's the thing, too. What's he think? What position is he in to look at other people's problems? What the fuck is that about? And, well, frankly, I think Trump made that up. That could have been completely just him being an idiot, but...
But yeah, that's true. That's to some degree. But Putin's definitely busy. And he doesn't have the resources to send to an ally who's obviously going to lose. And if they have, they already lost.
And frankly, what? You want to support someone who might hit the biggest kid in the block, and then that kid goes and hits everyone else back? I don't think so. That's not going to happen.
This was a little smack.
Freaky, I hope you're also watching my Twitch by chance, and if you could just... something.
Not into Twitch.
I would love it. All right, let's see what else she has. She just burned the shit out of Iran. All right, Iran has no friends, and everyone left them because they're, I don't know. It's like collateral damage. You don't want to be the collateral.
So Iran's nuclear scientists have been killed. Its senior leadership, military leadership, has been killed. So it's really up to Iran. Do they want to double down? Do they want to maybe restart their nuclear program? Well, President Trump said, we'll just bomb it again. So it's really up to them. Whatever mood they're in, doesn't matter to us. We got what we wanted, which was to stop Iran's nuclear program.
And it's kind of interesting when you look at those satellite images right now, and I would imagine that whatever we're looking at on TV right now.
We're just going to bomb it again. So if you want to waste your time, go ahead. We're going to kill all of you and then bomb it again. And then what? And then what? You just gonna build it further underground? Like, how do you think it's gonna work?
They can try.
I mean,
I'm sure we'll just find better ways of making bigger, deep bombs to go deeper.
Like, why do you think you can do something so secret? Like, there's satellites over the whole world at all times, and apparently you got like Mossad agents in your ranks, like selling you beepers that blow up when they feel like it. Like, what the fuck do you think you're gonna? And I don't know how they didn't sell them a centrifuge that just went and like melted down and just blew up the new, like, just make their own reactor go off. I don't know. Fuck. That's crazy. I don't know. All right, let's see what else she has to say.
We probably have a whole lot, much better intel, both on the ground but also through other means. Whatever is going to go on at those nuclear facilities, we're going to kind of know, aren't we?
We're going to know for a number of reasons. We're going to know because we have satellite imagery. We're going to know because we have a lot of ability to sort of listen underground.
What I just say? We have satellites, and well, I don't know. Like, listening underground, that's not easy. Like, apparently, detecting tunnels more than like 10 feet is actually really hard. So,
yeah. Well, LiDAR would detect them, but you have to be like right there on the surface.
Yeah. So exactly, like, how do you do it? Exactly. And honestly, it can't go like really that far even. So when they're like that deep, it's like
it can. Oh, good point.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see, but.
Ground of what's happened. We have a lot of knowledge because the Israelis have thoroughly penetrated the Israeli military and intelligence networks, and we probably know because.
Yeah, because if they could, then they would like know all of like the cartel tunnels and everything. Like they know how deep they need to be because the technology can only like go so far. Right. And like even someone, I think it might have been Elon or I don't know. I saw it on X something like if someone had the technology that could actually detect tunnels deeper than like that. Like they would instantly be like the richest person on the planet or whatever. Like being able to do that is like has so much value. That
gotcha.
if they could do it, they definitely.
Yeah, because you could probably use it to detect underground deposits that otherwise difficult, if not impossible, to detect without actually mining to explore.
Yeah, so it's really difficult. So, but I mean, this is kind of more obvious. Like you have like, okay, well, what the fuck is all this, right? Like
My guess
there's
is there's
stuff
some
on the
Iranians who
top.
maybe don't like the direction the Ayatollah is taking, and so maybe they're talking to us.
Right. And so as all of this is going on, we also have Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, talking about maybe expanding the Abraham Accords. Listen to this.
We think we're going to have some pretty big announcements on countries that are now coming into the Abraham Peace Accords. And we're hoping for normalization across an array of countries that maybe people would have never contemplated would come in.
Of course, nobody would have predicted that Trump could have pulled off the Abraham Accords in the first place. Do you think that it's possible that we could see an expansion of them?
Oh, I think you'll see an expansion. You'll see it quite quickly. Yeah, before Iran unleashed Hamas against Israel on October 7, 2023, Saudi Arabia and Israel were very, very close to a deal. They both said so publicly. That's why Iran unleashed this. They wanted a war between Israel and Arab countries. But now that Iran has been completely and utterly militarily, politically, diplomatically, economically, financially, defanged, there's really no incentive for any other country to do anything other than peace in the Middle East and prosperity.
Katie McFarland, thank you so much.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights.
All right. Well, I have this Gen Z thing, and I have one more heavy topic. Which one do we want?
Gen Z thing? What's that all about?
Oversharing. Which I don't think is necessarily only a Gen Z thing. I think I see that quite a lot, actually. Let's look at
too
this
much
one
information.
First, yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. All right, we're gonna look at this.
5 more
This is
words.
crazy. I don't know if you saw any of this, but this crazy person, because there hasn't been much recent news. This is actually a little bit older, but this crazy person like went and impersonated a police officer and went and killed some lawmakers in Minnesota and shot the senator, but they like survived. But I don't know. This is crazy.
All right, well, let's head in. This is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The U.S. Attorney. Let's listen in.
With the details.
And a lot of this doesn't really make sense to me. Even when they put together this timeline, it's like, it doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like, honestly, like this is kind of sussy. I'm not gonna lie. There's some sussy aspects of this that I don't know.
A Belter's crime, or even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's a lot of information and misinformation out there about Belter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Belter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota State politicians with the intent to kill them. Belter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Belter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Belter wore a black tactical vest and body armor.
So it said police on the license plate, because that's not what the license plates say. So I don't know. That seems weird to me. Or was it the same thing that a police officer would have on their license plate? Because normally it's like 2 numbers, an X, and like 2 numbers or so, something like that. It doesn't.
Yeah,
say
they
police.
have normal license plates, but maybe the front license plate said police, which is abnormal. I don't think
I've
they
never
do
seen,
that.
or I don't know. Maybe that's a thing in Minnesota. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on.
That's possible. It could also be police backwards, so you know if you look in your rearview mirror, it says police. But I don't think you'd be able to read that easy if they're pulling you over right up in your butt.
Yeah.
So I have no idea.
So that's already kind of sussy to me. Like, okay, he had a SUV that had police as the license plate, which would be like, okay, wouldn't that stand out? Like, okay, well, that's weird. But I don't know. Maybe it's not for Minnesota, but okay, let's see.
He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic
Beretta? Do they carry Berettas now? I thought.
I don't know. I assume that's not unusual, but
okay,
they did used to.
They do, I guess.
I think it could also be a matter of preference.
Yeah, it has to be a preference. I thought Berettas were the older ones, and like they moved to Glocks at some point. But I guess maybe if you can choose to still carry the older one, I don't know. Interesting. All right.
Also, like a person like me, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it was in a holster. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, off rip, that's not probably the first thing I'm using
I mean,
to
like, you
judge
stop
if
and
it's a real
inspect
police
it,
officer.
yeah, but
it's just weird, like, if he took all this attention to, like, okay, I'm going to get an SUV and make it
details.
look exactly right, and then put, like, a vanity plate that shouldn't be there. It's like, okay, that's weird.
Right.
And then, like, okay, I'm going to use a different type of gun or something. Okay, well, that's weird. Or, like, I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, it seems like it's up to the department. So yeah, I thought for some reason they switched, but yeah, I think that's right. Like if you have a preference, you probably don't care.
I'm sure whichever you're better with and more comfortable.
Senator Hoffman had a security
You're
camera.
fine.
I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Belter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Belter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Belter asked if they had any weapons. When Belter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then...
So that's the thing, too, that isn't... I don't know. Like... And, I mean, this part's on tape, I guess, so they... I mean, I guess, but... He knocked on the door...
Yeah, it looks like they have him on a ring cam type thing.
Which, even that, like, if he had been stalking everyone and, like, tracking their location, doing this, that, and the other thing, you didn't know they had a ring camera?
Well, I mean, that's why he's wearing
you
the
couldn't
mask.
disable it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, overall, that's like, I don't know. Okay, so then he opens the door, shines the light so they can't see he's wearing a mask. Okay, that's... And then lowers it. Okay. Interesting. Before getting in, I don't know. So then they try and push him out. Like, I don't know. If a guy has a gun in my face, I don't know. Maybe if they're, like, slamming the door, I don't know if I would, like, push him. But then he shoots them multiple times. He shoots them multiple times from, like, they're right in front of him.
Yep.
He shoots
Point
them
blank.
multiple times. Now, this...
That's what this guy says.
And then this kind of goes even more crazier from here, but...
Shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Belter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911.
Oh, the daughter. Okay. That's the part I didn't know. Okay, so the daughter was there, called 911. Because that's the part I'm like, so he shot them multiple times, left. They were still alive. Somehow 911 was called, but okay, so daughter called 911.
Fortunately, the Hoffman survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Belter traveled to the home of another Minnesota state representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Belter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same...
And then, so after he fled, he went to his next target, which was another lawmaker.
Lawmaker, whatever that means.
So he's
lawyer, basically.
I guess it's like Congress. It's like, no, it's not like a House member or something. I don't know. Someone in the House, I guess.
Oh, okay.
We can look it up in a second, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Law enforcement officer. Okay.
Hyper-realistic
so
silicon mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Unfortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Belter left.
I was lucky for her.
He went to somewhere that they weren't. Okay, so some of this I must have missed the first time around. So he went to the next person
Yeah, I
who
heard
wasn't
this
there.
about this.
So that's lucky, I guess.
Belter then
Lucky
traveled to the home of a Minnesota state senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked
So now he's going to a third person. Okay.
in the street in that same black SUV
senator.
with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw...
And this is where it doesn't make sense to me again. So, and this is honestly a little sussy, maybe not, but so after the first shooting, they sent police to this other person's house, which, okay, I guess makes sense. If someone shot the House rep, okay, send someone to go look at Senator also. Welcome. Did he quick draw? Well, I don't know. I think, yeah, that's true too. Did he have his gun out already? Because did he have his flashlight in their eyes and a gun? Like, that'd be weird. So he got like pushed out of the way and like drew quick. Okay, well, maybe that's how he didn't get a good shot. I don't know, but then ran off. Which even that seems weird. You went there to kill them. Why didn't you kill them? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad they're fine. That's just weird.
Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window.
This doesn't even make sense at all to me. So apparently another police officer pulled up next to him in his car, rolled down the window, tried to talk to him. He ignored her and apparently just carried on with business. So I want to hear that again.
6 a.m. on Friday night. After learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window.
So he parked down the block with his lights on. The police are there. Oh. The new officer thought this one was the one that was dispatched, I guess, which doesn't really make sense. Maybe, I'm not sure. Like, why are they there if they're not the one that's being dispatched? At any rate, thinks this person is actually here to do something.
Maybe, I think he said she. Maybe she didn't know that they were looking for someone who was masquerading as a police officer. Because the daughter might not have seen anything. She probably just heard gunshots, woke up, ran downstairs, saw her parents were shot, called 911. Didn't know what else to tell them about what happened. Shot.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but I feel like
but then why would they know?
Officer is,
why
is
would
kind
they
of a
then
retard.
know to send a guy over here check on this dude? Unless they knew
that whole thing
this guy
kind of
was
seemed
targeting
weird,
these
but-
people.
And
Yeah, I'm
they
not
didn't
sure.
find that out until later, but exactly. I don't know. It seems like a little bit of a stretch, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just kind of protocol if that happens. I don't know, but
Yeah, but like if one
but
is
if you
attacked, then
if you
the
pull up
spin
next
will
to
be
the other
attacked.
officer, and even if you think he is there to do the wellness check, and he's the one that's supposed to be there, and you try and communicate with him,
Yeah.
and you can't communicate with him. You just leave.
Something's weird. Yeah, you don't just leave.
Like
you call
something
for
doesn't,
backup or something.
and
Yeah.
he's by himself, which I'm not sure how. Like I don't know, maybe they do travel alone, but in the SUVs, I think a lot of times there's two. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like the whole thing just seems
I
weird.
don't
Like
know.
you couldn't communicate. You tried to communicate with him, and he ignored you. Like I don't know. That just isn't. And you know, there's a heightened like there's an issue. Like something's going on, and then this happens, which is you would think suspicious. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm crazy, but anyway, maybe bad judgment on that person's behalf.
And attempted to speak with him. Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Belter had left the scene. Belter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Belter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates.
So yeah, after like this weird encounter, he just drives off to the next person. Like what? Like what? And he's still down with the plan. You just literally sat. The police rolled up right next. Somehow you got the fuck away. You don't just say, "Shit, maybe let's call it for today." You know,
Right.
I don't know anything.
Maybe you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold.
Yeah, that's just like what?
He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer.
So this
Belter
time he
approached
parked in the
Representative Hortman.
driveway, but last
technically,
time
he
he
hasn't murdered
parked down
anyone
the
yet.
street. He tried to.
He
Like, so
tried.
far,
It's attempted
not yet.
murder for sure.
That's true.
It's attempted double homicide so far.
Home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor.
So
and
this
wearing that
time he
hyper-realistic
parks in
mask.
the driveway.
He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene.
And this also doesn't make sense. So now this time the police arrived before entering the home, which is not what I heard the first time. The first time I heard this story, he was leaving the house when the police arrived and then went back inside. And now there's this changed from the first time I heard it. I don't know if it's a clarification or what, but that was different. The first time I heard it, that he was inside when they got there, he was exiting and then went back inside. Now they're saying he never was inside Yeah, the story just it doesn't add up quite correctly, and it'd be nice if they just at some point just released all the footage, or I mean maybe parts that maybe are very I don't know, but at any rate, this part doesn't make sense. So he's still outside when the cops arrive.
That's what it sounded like. To check on Senator and Representative Portman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it.
So how? That doesn't make any fucking sense. And I know my front door, like, I mean, I have like a heavy storm door, like it's metal, like you can't just, I don't know, maybe there's a way to shoot it that it would open, but I feel like no. I mean, if you had a shotgun with slugs, like if you had breaching slugs, well, sure. But if you have a deadbolt, even the Beretta is not getting in there.
No, this is going to make a hole.
Like, I don't understand how he got into the... So, like, the first way I heard it presented where he had been inside and then went back inside made more sense, because then, okay, there's a reason the door was open. But in this case, they're saying he shot at the officers and then somehow the front door just like, opened as he was shooting it. Like, if someone's shooting the door, I'm not opening it. Like, I don't know. This piece doesn't make sense to me. And, like, these
and
details...
if he took the time to shoot it, like to weaken it and then kick it open, like the police would have had time to fire back.
Yeah, and
before he got inside.
Good luck.
Unless
Kick
they're
my
really
door
slow.
in. Good luck. I don't know. So maybe she had just like a...
This is a senator, though. The senator has to have a decent door.
You would think. I know. This like some wood, like plywood door that's just like not barely screwed on or something. Like, I don't know. It's
or
crazy.
They just don't lock up at night. Like, seems unlikely. I mean, it seems like they would have a sturdy door with an alarm. Is much more likely out there. Yeah. That's why I'm a little weirded out by this.
This part doesn't really make sense to me. But let's see what else they have to say.
He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Portman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belt.
So he's just shooting like crazy into the door, like kicks it in or something. Like, I don't know. Then both of them, despite hearing all this gunfire, are what? They're just standing in the living room, like right behind the front door or something.
This is happening at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
And it's not like he's like got all this time to like go room to room and like, okay, where are they? I'm gonna, like, the police are right there shooting at you, so you know he's not. They were just standing there, like, out in the open, ready to be killed or something. Like, I don't understand how any of this pieces together right. But, all right, so he shoots through the front door. They're standing there waiting for him to come in. He shoots them a bunch of time. Actually managed, obviously, that's terrible. I don't want to, like, promote anything he did. But, kill these ones. These guys actually did die.
That sucks.
And then... I guess he ran out the back door or something and got away. Like, all of the whole thing, like, just doesn't. And then they didn't catch him right away. Like, really? Someone's killing like elected officials and your police is there on site. Like, and then they locked everything down. Like, how do you not just dispatch like overwhelming force and just like wrap this up? Like, the whole thing just seems like, like, if the police never showed up, okay, that's one thing. But the police were there.
And even shot at them, so it's not like they were in question of whether or not they should stop him or not.
Yeah. So, yeah, it wasn't like I pulled up next to him and they ignored me. They're shooting at me. What the fuck?
If I'm a cop
maybe
or not.
a glass front door. Maybe. I mean, like a very glass front door, though. Like it's like a big ass
These
glass.
days, that's to protect. I mean, maybe these guys weren't senators. I don't remember who they said these two were. I'm sorry. But
let's take a look at some doors.
They're at least lawyers. All those law books there. I mean, they got to be. Senator. Oh, geez. Yeah. I mean.
Well, yeah, maybe if it was like a big, like this. I mean, even this, maybe. But unless that glass breaks really clean, like, I wouldn't want to go through it. Maybe. It's
and the
possible.
footage I think they're showing is from the first.
I feel like
house,
if you don't have, like, if you have a glass door, you got to have something like this. there's like some sort of like metal design in front of it or something. Like, I don't know, like maybe, I don't know, maybe, or maybe if you live in like a gated, like the police couldn't just drive up your driveway and walk to your front door, maybe. But I guess maybe. I wish they would show it so we could see more of what that door looks
Yeah.
like. 'Cause
Rush into the home,
just see
the
that
gate
side.
into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Belter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Belter's car, where they found 5 more firearms.
Problem with leaving the
rifles
mask behind,
and a
you
large
got
quantity
so
of
much
ammunition.
DNA on that.
Belter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including
45.
That's a big list.
That is a huge list. And frankly, you fucked up like after like the first one, and then you went to the second one and kind of fucked that up too. I don't know.
Representative Portman.
I mean, I'm glad he's an idiot.
Belter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of the family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes.
That's true.
about
I
the
mean, he
location
may
of
have
their
went
homes.
into like a
He also prepared in other ways.
adrenaline
He concealed himself as a police
mode.
officer.
Yeah, it's all
helping
pumped up.
Just
with police
raged
lights,
through the
with license
front
plate,
door.
wearing a black hat, vest, body armor, carrying a police flashlight, and a handgun. And of course, he wore that hyper-realistic silicone
That's
mask.
him, the guy in the
That's
hat?
the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting
Mask,
Senator
yeah,
Harman.
apparently
truly
so.
chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in.
And I don't know why they're showing the photo of him smiling. You couldn't get any
Based on
other photo.
these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Beltner with an array of federal charges.
Why is that the
Counts 1 and
photo?
2 charged him with stalking. Count 1 charges him with stalking.
Even
representing
that one, he
Mr.
was
Portman
kinda
using interstate facilities.
smiling.
And that's Title 18 United States Code
It's his
2261.
mask.
The statutory penalties there are life in prison. Count 2 similarly is charged with stalking State Senator John Hoffman using interstate facilities. The maximum penalty of that count is 20 years in prison. Counts 3 and 4.
Looks like
charge Belter with
it's
the murder of Melissa and
like ID for a
of the Hortmans using a
employer
firearm,
badge.
violation of 18 U.S.C. 924J. Count, and these are punishable by a term of life imprisonment or even death. And counts 5 and 6.
So
charge him with
he's
shooting.
seeing multiple life or death even charges. So, I mean, I don't know. And, I mean, the thing is, the Democrats came out initially, and especially Tim Walz, blah, 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 crying. Oh, let me see if I can find that. We got to watch this.
Nope. Wrong one.
This shit just makes me so angry. All
Here you
day
go,
long,
miss.
they go on and on and on and on and on and on, and all this hate and all this bullshit. And oh, is it not this one?
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together.
So it's crazy. That's where he goes with this. After all the Teslas getting burned, after all the riots in LA, after all this bullshit, violence, down with Trump, Trump got to get murdered, murder Trump, 86 Trump, fucking all this bullshit rhetoric. Now something actually happens. And it's someone who used to work for Tim Walz. And now, all of a sudden, let's have a discourse. Now, all of a sudden, that's not how we solve things. But let's watch this real
Minnesota
quick.
Governor Tim Walz is urging his fellow Democrats to show they will fight for the working class. Governor Walz delivered the keynote address yesterday at the South Carolina Democratic Party State Convention in Columbia. He acknowledged he was part of last year's losing ticket, but says Democrats need to be meaner.
I'm getting called out on this because I called Donald Trump a wannabe dictator. It's because he is. It's because he is.
He is a dictator, huh? You an idiot.
The governor's being mean, and the governor's speaking out on that. Well, maybe it's time for us to be a little meaner. Maybe it's time for us to be a little more fierce.
Maybe
Governor
we
Walz
should be
also
meaner and more fierce. Interesting. What happened to political discourse?
Yeah.
Huh? Where'd that go? Oh, wait. Let's look at the date on here. Oh, 3
No,
weeks
because Trump's
ago?
a dictator.
3 weeks
He
ago.
wants to be a dictator.
Hold on. Oh, shit. 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
I wonder if he learned something.
I
wonder. Interesting. It's just so fucking aggravating to me. I hate it. Like, I hate that this happened. I think everyone can agree, like, it's terrible. It should not happen. Nobody should ever be doing that shit. Like,
nope.
But this is the difference. Like, I think everybody can agree on this. But here we have this fucking retard. Maybe we should be meaner. Maybe we should fucking burn down Teslas. Oh, great. Tesla's fucking stock price is going down. Even though our fucking pension, is based on Tesla. Okay. How does it make any sense? He's so stupid. He's so caught up in all the bullshit. And then, then now this happens. And then, of course, it's, the rhetoric from the MAGAs are like causing all these problems. It's like, are you retarded? And again, this guy worked for you. And all of a sudden, like, they stopped talking about it because, they realized it was one of their own.
Right. Well, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about it because one of our own fucking psychos killed our own people by mistake. We didn't teach him who he was supposed to do.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to kill them.
And apparently the person that he did kill was the one person who voted, the one Democrat who voted the other way. The one Democrat who voted the other way is the one that gets killed. Are you kidding me? That's not suspicious. The one who went against the group is killed like literally days later. Days later. Are you kidding me?
To cigarettes.
I don't know. That shit just it bothers me, and it bothers me that the details are like a little bit weird. And it honestly seems like they didn't like her. She had to go. And they tried to frame it in a way, and they couldn't even do that. I don't know. It's crazy. I guess enough of that. Let's end it on a good note. Let's see how Gen Z are even worse than I've thought.
We love Gen Z. They're words. TikTok generation.
Zoomers overshare at the workplace.
Oh my.
Dagan, I am obviously not one to criticize this. But I mean, between my TV and my books my books especially are just full of salacious details I drop about my own life. But I get paid for that. So, but still, I'm for this. What do you think?
But you do it in public as well. And I think, so there are multiple layers to this story that it speaks to talking on social media into the ether is not satisfying. That you need the gratification of a live audience. So now all of these young people have started talking about like their itches and their rashes in the workplace.
I don't have those.
No, not you, but talking about personal things. However, I read the article about this, and it sounded like some middle-aged lady who's dusty downtown, who needs, who's creeping around the office, eavesdropping on these young people having personal conversations. So here's this like,
you okay?
Well, like this.
I wasn't sure. I think she just actually means itches and rashes, like your friend who can't stop telling you how stinky his poops were. Like, I don't need to know that, dude. Nobody needs to know that. We don't care. Tell your doctor. Like, shit. Yeah.
Gen X pervert who's like needs to mind her own damn business. That's what it sounds like. These young people, they're just having personal conversations with their friends. It's the Gen X and the millennials who are gross.
No. Yeah, that's what the bathroom's for. Get her. Yeah. We're going to the bathroom. What, all of you at the same time? Yeah. Whatever. Doesn't make sense. And that makes sense.
Oh shit, I was muted for a second. Sorry about that.
You're muted.
Yep, so people missed out
think
on
I'm
a lot
talking
of
to
that.
myself.
Yep, you were talking to yourself. Sorry about that. But yeah, you got to let them know if you got a rash. It's weird. But I was saying, I don't know, even if they are friends, like, are you, talking about that shit at work with your friends? I feel like, go get drunk and talk about that. Go to your house or a barbecue or like, I don't know, get a room if it's like really personal or I don't know, like.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, the bathroom. The women always go together, right? So, like, I assume you guys go to talk about people. That's my assumption. You're like, we gotta go exchange our opinions about whoever we just met,
notes.
And make sure that we're on the same page if we like them or not. So, anyway, sorry about that. Let's get back to what she said.
David's really trying to keep it together ever since you said dusty downstairs.
I know, the dusty downstairs too. Like, how the fuck you know that? And dust it the fuck off. Like, is it that hard? Like, it don't have to get dusty. You chose it to get dusty if it did. That's all I gotta say.
David, do you have this problem at Western Razor?
We don't. We're so focused on American manufacturing.
No, it's because your razors have a little lube strip on them.
That's true. That's a good conversation starter. But, we never had I am Gen Z. Everyone knows that. Okay, millennial, I'll admit it. We couldn't be complaining too much at work when we were young because all the World War II guys were still there. So you can't, when am I going to come in? I had a bad date last night. He'd be like, yeah, well, I was at Iwo Jima.
Do we believe in this line of reasoning, anyone? I don't think so. And frankly, I mean, we're talking about ages here. I don't know these like age bracket things. I
age
am
brackets?
Yeah, like
You mean
I
generations?
literally, who's a X, who's a Z, a M, like like I don't even know what they are to begin with, and I don't know where the ages land. So when people say these things, and then like the alphas apparently, which frankly, no, alpha is for the best, and these little retards that are being hatched are far from the best right now.
Yeah,
I am very angry. We went from like X to alpha. Like, no, there's a lot of letters in between. And I promise you, what's coming around the corner right now is far from alpha.
It was Z to alpha, but it should be Z like double or ZA.
Well, I'm
Or
saying
Z-
we had
Z.
Z and now we had X and now, we went to alpha. Like there was a lot in between that we skipped for some reason. So I don't know why we did that. And I'm against it. And frankly, alpha was misused.
I think the way they do that stuff, I think technically the millennials be Gen Y, but they got called millennials because of being born around the turn of the millennium. So I think there it must be a date, like when you're born, like on this year and this to this range, then you're this generation.
I know,
But I don't
but
know where
the
those
kids,
cutoffs are
the
either.
kids care so much
You're right.
about this. The kids, they have to like bucket you into one of these things and then like decide how they feel about you because of your age bucket, which is like frankly discrimination. It's called ageism. I mean, it's like literally illegal. So all of these kids are frankly illegal at this point.
They're all legal
And-
kids. Get rid of them. Deport them to the alligator.
Oh my God, we could feed Alcatraz Island or Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator
Oh
Alcatraz.
my God.
We're gonna send them these little whippersnappers.
Well, I mean, that's all I mean, honestly, I couldn't be more like disappointed. And I went to like a graduation in the like the whoever gives the speech at graduations was all like, "Oh, we missed out on our childhood because of Corona, and we didn't know if we would ever get to see our friends again, and this and this, and boo-hoo." And he went on and 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 on. I'm like, oh my God, like you're literally about to enter the workforce, and that is the most important thing on your mind is, oh, your childhood was. You sound like Greta Thunberg, man. Like, get a fucking grip. This is so just next level, just entitlement. I don't know if it's entitlement.
Can we do her next? We should put her in our videos next time.
Oh yeah, I could pull something up from her. She just
I don't think
recently
it's going to be in the news much after this, so we might as well do her now.
We'll do her right after this. She was just recently trying to break into Gaza.
Yeah,
but
on the Freedom Flotilla.
Yeah, we'll check
That's
that
what I
out in a
heard.
second.
She was kidnapped.
Yeah, she was kidnapped.
Okay.
They finally.
You got him.
Finally.
You got it, baby.
There's one good joke for every 10 you hate.
I think the sweet spot is a World War II joke.
Charlie, okay, I need you to tell me, Charlie, who does this at Fox and Friends Weekend? Tell me, no one's listening.
I can't answer that. But I am here for the oversharing. I love it when people overshare.
Yeah.
I love hearing about all of it. The problem is when it becomes like psycho and it's like boring problems, like the itchy stuff. I don't want to hear. But I think that's all the fault of HR departments. Not to offend you, but I think because I know how much you love the HR.
No,
department.
you gotta like, hey, I love you. You know, that's.
But it's HR departments that have created this problem where they think that you can actually bring your itchy problems to work, and that's not where they're supposed to be. But if you want to tell me about what happened last night, I'm here for that. I'm delighted to listen to it.
Absolutely. Heather,
Really, that sounded quite. I don't know. That was kind of perverted. He's like, "Yeah, tell me about give me all
I
the
want to
details."
hear all about your.
I don't want to hear about
your
itchy,
itches.
but if you want to tell me about what you did last night
I want to hear all
after
about your
that,
scratches, though.
yeah, how'd you get those scratches? Exactly. Mm-hmm. Wow, that was something else. But I do think this is true. I don't think, and honestly, like,
What does that say? It's report Gen Zers overshare too much.
yeah, and I don't know. It all ties back to all this trans stuff too. Apparently, that's like the first thing they talk about when they meet a peer is like, oh, you know, are you a fucking trans or whatever? It's like, oh my god.
The people that are actually out there looking to make an opinion are probably socially adjusted well enough.
All right, let's take a look at this, and then maybe we'll have time.
They've been deported.
A far cry from her arrival by yacht, pro-Palestinian anti-Israel activist Greta Thunberg has left Israel via an LLC near the bathrooms. The Israeli Foreign Ministry said Tuesday the detained activists, including Thunberg, were handed over to police to be deported. However, 8 of the 12 who were intercepted as their vessel tried to breach Israel's naval blockade of Gaza, including Rima Hassan, a French member of the European Parliament, have refused to leave voluntarily and board their deportation.
A French member of the European Parliament. I did not know
That's
that.
messed up. I didn't either.
Did not know that, and they're refusing to leave. What the fuck do they think they're even doing? And who fucking voted for you? You're like a fucking child. I swear to God, you have no experience with anything, and you think... What? Like, I mean... I think Jordan Peterson made it like a good remark. Like, you know, if you're Greta Thunberg and the whole world all of a sudden like listened to what you said as like a 5-year-old,
Yeah.
you know, maybe you have an ego problem because, you know, it happened. But all these other people, like, what is your
They don't have
fucking
that
problem?
No.
Let's
I
see.
saw that. I thought that way about Jordan Peterson said that about her too. It made a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
it's fucking
kinda
exactly. I
have
mean,
to
yeah,
feel
exactly.
sorry
You
for
you
her for
can
hearing
get
it.
broken. Like if your whole world is like in a certain way, like it's not your fault, I guess. But you know, a lot of people
she's
aren't in
also,
that
like,
situation.
22 or 24 or something. I mean, she's starting to become old enough to make decisions. So
Yeah, get some real experience with life, lady. All right.
just saying.
Those who refuse to sign deportation documents and leave Israel will be brought
Passengers
before
of the
a judicial
selfie yacht.
Selfie yacht.
authority in accordance with Israeli law
Selfie
to
yacht.
authorize their deportation. Consuls from the passengers' home countries met them at the airport.
If you don't leave, you're going in front of a judge, and we're gonna make you leave.
Which operates the British-flagged boat Madeleine, had set out to bring attention to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and deliver a symbolic amount of aid to the Strip. But Thunberg and the other
Symbolic is
activists
right.
on board
Yeah,
the
they brought
Madeleine
like
had
10
imagined
pounds of
that
food or
they had been
something.
kidnapped.
I think
There's a
they ended
Twinkies,
up
a
eating
Snickers
more
bar.
food than they brought. Like they ate more of the food that was supposed to go to the people in need than the food that they brought. So they were a negative, like their total contribution just to food, the amount of food that they ate was more than they brought. And now all these people had to spend their time and gas money chasing you around.
Chasing around,
And
flying
then
home.
apparently they threw their phones in the ocean, so they're polluting plastics into the fucking ocean.
And those batteries, those aren't going to do good for fishes.
A strange person.
What did they do
She's
with
a
the
young,
boat?
angry person. I don't know if it's real anger.
she's a
It's hard to
strange, young,
believe,
angry
actually, but I saw what happened.
Was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says?
Look at her, she's
She
kidnapped.
was kidnapped.
Look at
Look at
her!
her smiling, giving her food.
She's getting handed a sandwich.
She's all
Literally.
happy. She's like, yay, I get to eat food.
I'm on TV getting a sandwich. I got a cute little frog hat in a goddamn life vest. I'm a kidnapped victim of war.
He does have a cute little frog hat. Aw.
Yeah. And here's
She's
an
like,
individually
"Oh, that's so
wrapped
cute."
sandwich.
Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that he instructed the IDF to screen a 47-minute-long video depicting atrocities committed by the Hamas terror group on October 7, 2023, to the detained activists once they had safely arrived at the port, but said later that they had refused to view the footage. And the
I don't know if you caught that, but they offered to show them exactly what happened, a recording of it, and they didn't want to see it.
They refused to watch it.
They are so supposedly into this cause. You would think surely they would want to know exactly what happened. But unfortunately, I would imagine it doesn't line up with their narrative. I'm going to take a crazy guess here and say they couldn't handle the system. It's like when you tell the computer, like what do they call it? Like the always false statement or something, and it blows up, right? Like it can't compute. It just doesn't fit in their worldview, and if they saw it, it's like they would self-remove themselves from reality because they can't exist. It's unreal.
Small amount of aid the activists brought with.
Look what they brought! They brought some noodles and some fucking baking powder! What is this?
That's it?
This is what? This is like pasta, maybe, on the left? I don't know. Box of pasta. Some fucking, what is this, like sugar? You got a coffee creamer, maybe? What's this over here? We got like rice-a-roni? We brought rice-a-roni? Like, what the fuck is this even?
According to reports, it will be sent to Gaza through official humanitarian channels.
And they could have just donated it to the fucking people anyway.
Right.
Instead of going and making everyone chase them on a boat and then arrest them and then feed them and then fucking, oh, you got to go to a judge because you don't want to leave even though it's illegal for you to be here.
And that poor AV guy who set up the VCR on the TV for you to watch the movie and then you refused to watch it.
Yeah.
Man, this was
what
rude.
the fuck?
Just rude.
All right.
And
We got one
close-minded,
last
especially
thing,
close-minded.
I think. Well, unless you got something else, I got this last one, and this I think is going to lead us into
I got
some
nothing
stuff
tonight.
in the future.
I was unprepared for this evening.
Unprepared, yeah. You didn't know what was about to happen.
I
No
was like,
one
what
did.
are you talking about? This is Saturday. I'm sleeping in.
We're having a great time with all of our adoring audience. I would say fans, but I'm not sure if everyone here loves us or not. But
yeah, we may or may not be fans. But at least
so
you're
for
sticking with
anyone
us.
who doesn't know, this guy down here in the bottom right is Hassan Abi. He's pretty much a terrorist. In the top left, we have Asmongold. This guy is actually a scapegoat. Like that other weirdo that we watched claiming trans people are the scapegoat. No, Asmongold is usually pretty good and based, but he is a scapegoat for pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Hassan is always complaining
It's his
that
fault.
you know, this guy down here interviewed the Houthis and was like, oh, we love what you're doing. You know, you're so righteous. Like, you know, they kind of compared him to like One Piece? And was like, oh, you're like the One Piece pirate group or whatever. Like, oh my God. Like definitely like in support of a officially declared terrorist group, and then doesn't understand like why people like say he's a terrorist supporter. It's like literally they're a terrorist and you're supporting them. I don't know. It literally doesn't get any easier than that. I love you too, Commander Hammer.
Enough to where they would never watch my stream.
He's not wrong. He's right. People should not be getting their notes from Asmongold.
Charlotte Airport, where Greta Thunberg is.
Here was Greta Thunberg's response after being released
Reporters. Let's take this in
from and being deported from Israel.
Yeah, on international waters, we were illegally attacked and kidnapped by Israel and
They were illegally attacked. They were attacked. Do we hear this? They were attacked and kidnapped. And apparently she pre-recorded a video saying that she had been kidnapped by either Israel or a supporter of, because, you know, ahead of time they wouldn't know necessarily if it was directly Israel or just a supporting
interesting,
you know, group of people of some sort. So, you know, but yes, as we all saw, and, you know, she's walking off here after getting a plane ride back home. You know, your face doesn't look all beat up to me. Like, if I attack someone, I think you might not be walking so good. I don't know. You wouldn't be standing there smiling to a camera being like, yeah, it was like terrible, brah. Like, you'd be kind of messed up, I would say. But let's see. Let's hear more about, and
It
I mean,
was
obviously
terrible. She wanted butter and they didn't give her any.
I mean, she's like a vegan or something, and they gave her ham, and it was a whole deal. I don't know. It's just kind of a nightmare, but, you know, let's see what she has to say about that.
Taken against our will to Israel, where we were detained, and then some of us deported, some are still there. There are very big...
So you were illegally detained and deported. I don't understand. You were trying to break into the country through a naval blockade. So you literally were like declaring war on them in a way. I would say they had every right to land a missile up your ass, and I think there probably would be people complaining, but I don't think anyone would actually do anything.
No. Not too much. I mean, what could you do? We didn't know.
Exactly. Verbal lashing. They got yelled at. And even that, they didn't even get yelled at. They were like, here, we'll show you exactly why we're doing this. Here's the video footage. And they're like, no, we can't. No, you're so terrible. We can't look at that. Exactly. All right. And apparently some are still there completely against their will, even though they said they can't leave.
Uncertainties.
Yeah, made fun of the frog.
Because it was quite chaotic and uncertain, so I don't really know what's going on. I haven't had a phone for many days.
It looks so chaotic to me.
They were absolutely nothing compared to what people are going through in Palestine, especially Gaza right now. And this is yet another international a violation of international rights, adding to the list of countless of such, especially towards Palestinians.
Does she look dirty as fuck to you? Like, I don't know. Like, is that her skin color? Like, she just looks dirty.
No, I think that's the lighting. I think it's the lighting. Bad lighting for her. She's not.
And I think her hair is filled with dirt.
I don't know.
She's just so dirty, and and these eyes and this big flat nose. You so dirty, and you don't.
Israel are committing
Maybe she didn't
blocking
shower.
and preventing humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. That is illegal.
Preventing the aid from entering, they literally took it and went and they took what you brought and gave it to them. They literally said, give us whatever you want to give them, and we'll give them we will give them anything you want.
Right.
But they stopped
I love how
it.
she keeps saying that this stuff is illegal. I don't think she knows that word.
I don't think she understands what that means, because you actually are doing the illegal stuff, to be honest. You're just doing what you want, and you think that means if it's not what you want, then it's I think that's where she messed up. What she wants, she's saying this is what I want, not that this is legal. She confused it.
But what she wants should be the law.
Yeah, I think that's where she's going with this. And
I thought maybe she meant that like she's using illegal in place of moral, but I don't think so.
No,
I think she just likes to use the word, and she doesn't really.
Yeah, it could just be she just doesn't know, and like she's heard it used before, and she thinks if she uses
the
it
word
in a certain way,
I'm pretty sure it's not actually.
Yeah, when people just make up weird kind of words.
Yeah.
How did the Israelis treat you? We saw them putting out sandwiches on their social media. How did
Yeah, they probably have posted lots of PR stunt videos. As I said, I have not seen anything, but they did an illegal act by kidnapping us on international waters.
They probably did a bunch of illegal PR stunt videos where you're standing there smiling big as can be in a frog hat with a life vest, taking an individually wrapped sandwich, which looked like way better food than what the fuck you brought, honestly. So you brought some bullshit that nobody even wanted, and you took the good shit that was individually wrapped. I'm struggling here.
And against our will, bringing us to Israel, keeping us in the bottom of the boat, not letting us getting out, and so on. But that is not the real story here.
Kept you in the bottom of the boat for how long? You were like
They
10 minutes?
Like
and
an
what?
hour
They
or
should have
two.
let you just wander around the boat because you're just like so important for some reason. You're under arrest, you dumb bitch. What do you think? Is a fucking cruise line came to pick you up?
I want it first
talk about
class.
the frog. Oh yeah, I guess. Did they take it? I wonder if it's in her bag.
Genocide going on in Gaza and a systematic starvation following the siege and blockade now, which is leading to
Systematic
food,
starvation?
medicine, water,
Then maybe
that
you
are
shouldn't have
desperately needed
taken
to get
that
into Gaza is
sandwich,
prevented from
bitch.
doing so. But of course, there are many attempts, like this mission, both by sea and land, to break that siege and open up a humanitarian corridor.
Could I ask you, you said you had no contact at all with any of your other colleagues from the boat when you were detained? Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said. I was just mainly speaking. I don't really know what's going on because
You don't know what's going on with the others?
Are you worried
no,
about?
I wasn't able to say goodbye.
I don't really know what's going
Are you
on.
worried about the others that they might be detained for minutes?
Yeah, I'm very worried about them. We heard many.
Oh, did anybody catch that?
She said she doesn't really know what's going on.
Oh my God. She went from the only reason she cared. Oh my God. We have to back that up. Hold on. That is not.
I said I was just mainly speaking. I don't really know what's going on because
You don't know what's going on with the others?
Are you worried
no,
about?
I was.
You don't know what's going on with the others? No. Look how just. She's like, no, I don't know what's going on with them. Not concerned, though. She's just like, no, I don't know what's going on with them. Not at all concerned. There's no concern here. She's not like in fear for their lives because she knows they're getting individually wrapped fucking sandwiches.
Illegally.
Oh,
They're being
my God.
beaten.
Yeah, they're getting flogged constantly. You know, only they let you go because you're the, I guess, pretty one.
Because she's a celebrity.
Yeah, you're the closest thing to, I don't know. Anyway, let's see.
Wasn't able to say goodbye.
I wasn't able to say goodbye. And then this guy says,
Were you worried about the others that they might be detained?
were you worried about the others? And now look at her eyes. Ha-ha! Idea!
She's like, oh yeah, I should be worried about them, shouldn't I?
She said, oh yeah, thank you for leading me in this direction. This is like so fucking obvious. Like, I don't even have to be over the top about anything. This is like, I just have to point at what is literally actually happening. And it's just absurd.
Yeah, I'm very worried.
And then look, now it went into, surprise, she just processed it. You could see the processing, and now here's the output.
About them.
I'm so angry.
Different messages.
And now look at her eyes. Oh, now so worried about her friends. Are you fucking kidding me?
Just pointing towards that.
And the whole tone just switched. She went from being so excited to be on TV, and now it's solemn. Oh man, my friends could be in such danger.
They're being illegally detained.
All of a sudden, I realized the danger thanks to this handsome reporter that told me what I needed to hear because I'm an idiot. Oh my God, we have to bring this back up.
For the reporters.
We got it. Sorry, people, we have to bring it back. I can't let it go. Sorry, we gotta do it again.
Take this to the floor. It's hot on the bottom. It's hot on the bottom. Okay. It's motherfucking hot on the bottom!
Oh my God. Well, I'm glad you're having fun.
It's these days.
But that's what I'm saying. What the she had to be told even how to be a victim. She couldn't even do that right.
Don't forget to be a victim.
The reporter had to help her be more of a victim.
Yep.
Unbelievable. She needed her hand held.
Make it easy. And there were troubles with being able to see lawyers. So I'm very much calling for their immediate release and calling for everyone who can to mobilize.
Oh, you're calling? Who the fuck are you? You're calling for... okay. Who are you again?
All governments in the world must mobilize to bring back these three activists.
These three people that decided to barge their way into a military blockade of their own free will.
Right. There's a term for people who try to who try to run blockades. They're traditionally called smugglers.
Yeah, I mean, literally, that's what they are. They literally, and frankly, again, I would have been in full support of them just blowing up their ship.
And
or just sinking it. Not even
Israeli waters.
I would just because these guys are good. They could have disabled that boat, let it start filling with water, and make them ask for help.
They could have.
But yeah, they were attacked and illegally detained.
And kidnapped, don't forget. Kidnapped.
Oh yeah, kidnapped.
That sounds worse.
Attacked and kidnapped, and then illegally detained, even though that's less bad than kidnapping, I'm pretty sure.
And other ways to demand their immediate release, and of course to demand not only.
And then she just blanket. She said, and any other way of demanding. She's just like, she couldn't even come up with a way anymore. She's like, and every other way that I could possibly.
We'll do all the things. We'll do all the
in
things.
In case I forgot something, I want all of them.
And I'm a victim. Don't forget.
Only humanitarian aid being let into Gaza, but also a ceasefire, but most importantly, an end to the occupation and an end to the systemic oppression and violence that Palestinians are facing on an everyday basis.
Are you disappointed? I think it's insane, the reaction that Greta creates amongst people who are not fully on board with the Palestinian emancipatory movement, but simply are aesthetically defending it, or are fully on board with defending Israel. The way that people talk about her is it's alarming. Okay. Yeah, okay, she was cringe when she was a baby, okay? Sure, who gives a I don't understand why people have this kind of insane response. I don't know what it is. It's like a visceral reaction.
You literally don't know why? You actually don't know why, or you're pretending? Or you're, pretending for real because you can't tell the difference? I'm not sure, but... This is, is anyone else having this problem? Is anyone else having this problem? Holy man.
To a child, okay? She was propped up by a lot of liberal institutions when she was an advocate for environmental justice, for climate justice, okay? And I think that calcified resentment towards her by a lot of people, because these guys never stopped talking about her in really gross ways, fantasizing about her being violently raped or killed or whatever when she was 16. Okay,
what?
She was 16, speaking at these conferences, and people would lose their minds. I remember vividly, Steven Crowder and all these other conservative commentary people would make insane rape threats and stuff like that against her.
What are you talking about? No way.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
There's zero chance. I would love to see the evidence, and I'll actually watch the evidence and not just pretend like it doesn't exist, some retards that we might have recently witnessed.
Agreed.
And then she came out as being anti-capitalist a couple of years ago, and the media basically liberal.
We already did multiple fact checks, and in fact, apparently Trump's daddy Trump is an OG gangster, but he figured it out and got his shit in order before the reckoning. That's all I can say.
Yes.
Even if he did some crazy shit, at least he figured it out. Wow, These are giant. These are some big uns. Damn, I wonder if them's is real. And I wonder if it... damn, I don't know. Damn.
Institutions basically stopped covering her altogether or even defending her.
Can that even be on YouTube?
When they no longer could use her as an advocate for climate justice, but from a liberal framework. And now that she is also openly anti-imperialist, openly anti-Israel, openly pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine at the age of 22, all of the interest groups and virtually everyone, just there's so much resentment towards her, even when she does something that's incredibly brave, right? The thing that's so deeply admirable about Greta Thunberg is that she possesses this remarkable ability to make people 3 times her age psychotically, violently mad, and it's largely because of an unwavering commitment to saving this planet and the people on it.
Unwavering commitment to saving this planet by throwing her phone into the water. Having everyone throw their phones into the water is just a fantastic idea. And then eating individually plastic wrapped fucking sandwiches seems like a great idea. Driving a boat unnecessarily into a military blockade also doesn't seem like a good use of fuel. I don't know. There's a lot of things overall, and saving the planet. Interesting. And the people on it. Interesting. Okay.
Spotted. Greta Thunberg on an LL flight home. Enjoy the service and please do come back. Holy fuck, 300,000 likes on this. Jesus Christ. Like watching Piers Morgan frothing at the mouth, insulting this 22-year-old is an amazing spectacle that lays bare how deeply unstable her adversaries are mentally and morally.
Now, Piers Morgan does kind of come unglued sometimes, but I don't think anything even close to me, so he's got some learning to do, but he definitely can come unglued, I will say. And sometimes I think
I've seen him go a little wacky too. He's kind of, I don't know. He's British, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I'm pretty 50-50 on him.
I mean, does that I mean, if you're British, does your opinion really matter?
No, and they just talk fast, and he has to he keeps his lips kind of close because so you can't see his teeth.
I'll listen to that. Yeah.
All right. All right, let's see. Yeah, I know. I'm just going anywhere, but I love you, Piers. I promise. But I am 50-50 because sometimes you're a fucking retard.
You rarely see a 22-year-old driving people into an anger-fueled frenzy like this, only because she was a part of a humanitarian effort to deliver aid to a starving population. Greta Thunberg should thank Israel for intercepting her Gaza selfie ship. Greta Thunberg's pathetic Gaza voyage. Piers Morgan, who now claims to be pro-Palestine, also had some words to say. What is this?
So embarrassing, man. So
what? Piers Morgan pro-Palestine? Well, I think he's more just let's be reasonable people and not murder everyone. I think more than anything.
Oh, embarrassing. And yeah, and that's the way it ended up. Is her on a plane ride back home, just like a good girl, back to Sweden. Okay, did you have fun? Playing war?
I mean, what do I say to this? We're talking about a dude who's terrified of showers. Okay, like we get it, man. You have no convictions whatsoever. All you care about is fucking grifting. Like.
What is the conviction here? Like, if it had been literally anyone else, like if she hadn't been part of that crew, would they have just fucking nuked the boat? Would they have just been sunk and then be like, all right, we had some retards?
Same thing they did. No, they would have done the same thing they did.
I think maybe
there wouldn't have been any press about it. Nobody would have given a shit. No one would have talked about it because it didn't involve Greta.
I don't know. I feel like you got to be harder on people. Like if someone tried to intentionally come into a military blockade and just thinks it's a joke.
True. No, you mean
I would be like, you got to at least understand this ain't a joke. Like you got to.
They would have been locked up longer, more likely.
And I think I'd have been a little physical, probably.
Talking to Donald Trump and saying, "Hey, make sure these people get the point. Never do this shit again."
Yeah, so I don't know. It's let's see. Airsoft. Oh, airsoft. Those are airsoft. Okay, maybe. Maybe it's fine then, and they might even be just decorative. I don't know. That's a weird base. But at any rate, I think it's just how can anyone take that seriously? Like, do you think that is your conviction is so strong, so you did this to what? Bring some attention, but really not really that much attention.
You really
and frankly,
nothing.
People don't even like you. So what attention are you really bringing? And if people automatically hate you, maybe you're not the person that people are going to rally behind. You know what I'm saying? Like who is pro Greta Thunberg? Like really? Is there people that are like, oh yeah, let's follow this bitch? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, this is crazy.
Maybe I don't know. They're crazy people all over.
And why is he defending her? This is crazy
people all over
because
the
of
place.
because Israel detained her. Like he's got to be like, oh, Israel's so bad. Look what they did to this beautiful young girl who looks dirty as fuck all the time.
Real convictions and abides by them and actually follows through on them. It just breaks your brain. And just
it does.
Yeah. Oh, so embarrassing. Yeah. Like she's not being cringe. Okay.
She's is being cringe.
Brave. It's more bravery in her.
It is not brave at all.
Exhibit for the rest of your goddamn life. I like that every single person that was like, oh, if you love Gaza so much, why don't you go there and get killed by Israel? Are now so angry that people are trying to literally go to Gaza. Like they so quickly switched it up, dude.
Go there and go fight for them is very different from just go there. Like, are you kidding? And to bring nothing and then take more than you bring. Like, oh my God, really? Like, yeah. I know. I feel like this guy, especially, he has to know he's an idiot. Not that he has to know what he says is not what he actually thinks. There's no
or he's
way.
An actual idiot. There are a lot of idiots.
I think, but like
he could
you
easily
know,
be
the
one
rest
of
of the things that he's like, if you see him just talking normally, like he's not like
smart people do just stupid
idiot.
things.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I mean, I'm sure he scored fine in his math scores, but he might not have common sense enough. And there's always these people who get caught up in conspiracy theories and other crap. They're just like, oh, that sounds great. I'm going to believe it until I die. I don't know why. I don't know people well enough.
Yeah, it's the same energy as this. Okay, the immediate goalpost, motorized goalpost shift that we exhibited with the coverage that I was offering in the Los Angeles anti-ICE protests, going from he's a fake revolutionary, he's not in the streets putting his life on the line. Look.
Oh wow! No, I don't see Hassan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it. And I think he's on like the side of the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the.
So I think he actually almost got shot by a rubber bullet, which would have been hilarious. But we would have never heard the end of it. We'd literally never heard the end of it
in this area because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right, like he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different. Which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he's in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure, he was though. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did. Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested.
Interesting. That did seem like a backpedal, which is strange for Asmongold. I thought he would have just pulled it up.
That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it's like there's no other solution to it other than that. Aren't they impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
They're impeding a highway.
And that's the bullshit too.
They're impeding a highway.
Why is that funny? Like, I don't understand. This is a public space for everyone, you retard.
Yeah.
Why do you get to choose? I mean, why do you get to choose? Why is your cause so important that you get to choose how other people's lives are impacted? That doesn't make any sense to me. All these riots, even the things at the schools. I saw something at one of the schools. They were keeping the white people out so that they could learn about their privilege.
The fuck?
Yeah,
that sounds very.
I think it was Columbia. I don't want to make a mistake there, but I'm pretty sure it was Columbia. And it's like, first off, it would have to be a certain kind of person trying to tell me to turn me away, because that would not fly. Like, literally, I would break someone's face open if they tried to prevent me from going where
you mean Columbia University?
Yeah.
For reals?
Like that just would not work out for anyone involved. And when these people were getting violent with the MAGA on the campus, the police let them do it.
Yeah,
it's just all crazy.
That's been documented a lot.
It just is insanity. Like, how is that even a thing? And frankly, at that point, then it's fine. If someone gets shot, if you're saying, okay, the violence is fine. If you can be violent to me, fine.
Yeah.
The next level.
Frontier justice.
After that, like, if you're being violent, the next level after that is you are not being violent anymore. I don't understand. Like, it is the most basic, like, life skill you learn. Like, I don't know, like, someone bigger is waiting around the corner and will put you into the ground, and then you're done. So just stop.
And with a bigger friend than you have.
Get it.
They need to be arrested immediately. They're impeding a highway. I enjoy free speech. Like, look how quick that flip happened in real time. Okay, these people are unprincipled.
Free speech does not impede the highway, you idiot.
And in the case of Asmongold, he's not a particularly intelligent person anyway, or at least a particularly knowledgeable person about the issues that he speaks on.
Actually.
So it's literally more productive for you to not listen to what he has to say than to actually listen to what he has to say. It's one of those unique instances where, like, not knowing anything is better than knowing whatever he's putting out.
Okay, that's nice, sweetie. No. Now go back home and go back to work, or go back to doing whatever you need to do.
Yeah, right.
And,
work.
This is the exact same.
You think
this is the exact
she
same energy
works?
as the video that I just showed you. Right?
She's too entitled.
Why don't you go to Gaza? Why don't you go to Gaza?
Everybody
Remember,
owes her something. She doesn't
Asmongold himself also said he would go to Gaza in an effort to quote unquote own me. Okay.
We don't want her back. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Palestine doesn't want her either.
Oh, dude. So gross.
Maybe Gaza doesn't want her. Yeah, they're like, yeah, did Gaza consent to having this woman come over here? As far as I know, they didn't. Yeah, I mean, at what point is this not terrorism on their part? Yeah. And how old she's, like 14? No, she's probably like, what, 21, 22 at this point? So embarrassing.
Yeah, so embarrassing. Definitely. What she did is embarrassing. Also, again, protest was held at Gaza's port to condemn the Israeli occupation forces' raid on the Madeleine ship and the abduction of international activists who were sailing to break the siege on Gaza. Not only that.
Hold on. raid on the Madeleine ship and the abduction of international activists.
That just sounds much more impressive.
The
Abducted.
siege on Gaza.
That's like aliens abduct people.
The Gaza's port to condemn the Israeli occupation.
How evil.
Raid. So they just decided to raid this ship and abduct all these people
on the selfie.
And they were going to break the siege on Gaza by what? Bringing their one boat in there with literally like rice-a-roni and sugar and coffee creamer,
like 5 bags of freaking rice,
and like it was like some like pasta noodles with no tomato sauce. Like you couldn't even eat half the shit, and yet you're eating all the. You couldn't make a sandwich out of any of that, and yet you ate the sandwiches. I don't understand.
Yeah.
You're gonna break the siege.
Individually wrapped sandwiches.
They're gonna break the. I wonder what they were eating on the way over. Were they eating the fucking rice-a-roni and fucking coffee creamer that they were bringing so generously to the Palestinians? You know, that could just make so much use of all this like 1 pound of food. Right. That's not even food because it's fucking pasta noodles with no fucking sauce and sugar. Like I don't understand.
I don't
forces raided on the Madeleine ship.
Freedom Flotilla
to break the siege on Gaza. Not only that, but also the idea that this is like simply a silly stunt and not incredibly consequential is idiotic.
It is just a silly stunt. It is not consequential at all.
Again, they did this earlier. They said something that made sense, but it was like in a sarcasm, like as if it made as if it was obviously a sarcasm.
This completely matters to absolutely nothing going on in the world. In my world, or your world, or anyone's world, especially the Gazans, they don't fucking care. They're freaking starving.
Oh my god, man! The survived on love.
Because they support terrorists. Till they stop supporting their terrorists, they will get food. In fact, they're getting food despite being supportive of their terrorists.
How the fuck do we say
They're actually not
the
starving.
things
They're
that
just
make sense? The only time we say something makes sense is if we're saying it as though it were obviously false. This like the weirdest universe. I'm trying to like, and they all are doing it. Like
they are all doing it.
It's like maybe that's how they know they're in the right group.
Sarcasm, then it's obviously true to everyone else.
Oh man, that's true. That might be why she's dirty. There was a lot of love on that Madeleine Freedom Flotilla.
Because Israel has previously killed people that have done this. Okay, in 2010, Israel drop-shipped.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should have just sunk the fucking thing. Well,
yeah,
I mean, this one I think is a little different. I mean, I don't know how the Israelis got injured aside from they probably had guns, and that's probably why they killed the other people. I'm just assuming that they didn't like hop on the boat and trip and be like, oh, 10 people sprained their ankle boarding this peaceful protesting. I'm assuming, and this is 6, quote unquote, civilian ships of the Freedom Flotilla. Are you kidding me? And back in 2010. So, what are you even citing right now? Like,
Mandos into the Mavi Marmara ship that also tried to offer humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. Okay, that's number one. Number two.
Can we see the aid that they were bringing? Was it a bunch of fucking coffee creamer and pasta noodles?
Some pasta.
And rice-a-roni? Like, are you kidding? Were they actually bringing something?
Guns.
Oh, exactly. Oh, yeah. Were they bringing guns? I mean, it sounds like that's what they were doing. I mean, clearly,
yeah, I think it sounds like they were bringing guns to Gaza, and they were stopped by the Israelis.
And that makes a lot more sense.
And that was
than
in 2010. That was 15 years ago.
Exactly. What are we even talking about right now?
Is that they have the same name
in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla
not a coincidence.
That was supposed to sail to Gaza was shot by Israeli Air Force off the.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think? This is like the legacy? No, they just picked the name because it's the same, and they were hoping the same thing would happen, so that if you look up that one, you'll see this one too. That's just like that court decision. They put the whole book in the fucking thing, so if you look it up, you get a book shoved in your fucking mouth. I don't get it.
This nasty tranny book, even if you don't want to read it.
Tranny book.
Dirty.
It's true. We had to get it historically forever sealed in the courts. I don't get it. These people are fucking sick.
The coast of Malta, only a couple weeks prior, okay? Only a couple weeks prior, before Greta and Rima Hassan and all of these other activists, humanitarian advocates, took on.
Did he just say a couple weeks when it said 2010 on the thing? Am I understand? Do you know what a couple weeks means?
On this journey, the ship a couple weeks prior was shot by the Israeli government off the coast of Malta. That is thousands of miles away from the Israeli coastline. So,
thousands. Hold
on. I don't think so. But Malta is its own country. Israel doesn't have any has any business being shooting at other ships in that water. So I think
I think it's a little over 1,000, 2,000. All right, that's following this weird ass path though. If we're talking this, there's no way.
Nautical miles, that's driving miles. That's crazy.
Okay, so he's a fucking retard as expected. Yep. 1,050. Idiot.
Thousands upon thousands of miles.
I know. Oh, 1919. What is it? 1890 something. He didn't know the date of the thing. Well, you don't know the distance between two things that you're talking about, you idiot.
He's so dumb.
What Greta Thunberg was doing was literally putting her life on the line. It is incredibly brave.
It's hilarious. They talk about how small his head is relative to his body. And he wears these like super baggy clothes that like makes it like way worse.
I thought it was his baggy sweatshirt, but you're right. It makes his head look small.
You don't have to like her I don't know, behavior in the past or whatever. It doesn't matter. Right now, what she is doing is braver than what anyone else could ever do. And I know there's a clip of Asmongold out there where he basically talks about
knives and crowbars
going to Gaza as well. I remember watching it before. Does anyone have that? Where he was like, "Yeah, I'll go to Gaza, to show how Hassan's a pussy." Directly contradicting his now current statement. His fake apology? No, recently. No, Mudahar said it too, but Asmongold also said it. Didn't Asmon used to walk people into abortion clinics or some shit, or was that just a lie and joke? Dude. Asmongold, XQC, Aiden Ross, all of these guys are phony, okay? They don't have real political convictions. Here, Asmongold does a little trolling for his honest community about Palestine. It'd be really funny if we could
made food charities for Afghans and eat blankets and stuff. It would be really funny if we could raise more money for like the relief efforts in Gaza than Hassan's community.
I would love that. I mean, I'm sorry. I would hate that. Oh, I would be so mad. Please don't do it.
That would be extremely funny.
I would like to know what the full context of this clip is, but I don't know why he thinks this. I'm not sure what that's about.
I think it'd be hilarious. He definitely could, maybe, right? Could it be cinema? Yeah, I look, I don't know if we're gonna do that, but like, yeah. And then the best part, if we ever did that, he couldn't get mad. But like, then I guess he'd probably try and do another one after that or something like that. I don't know. It would be really, really funny. But it'd still crash out. Yeah, he couldn't, right? He'd have to be like, yeah, we totally support this, right? This is great.
Yeah, I'd be so mad. Please do it. I'd be so mad.
And so
I'd be so mad.
I think it'd be.
All right, so that's that one. I have actually one last
You
one.
do? So I thought that was the last one.
This is the real last one, and this is also
the real last one.
This is going to be hilarious.
For like 3 hours or something.
We have, but it's been so much fun. Have you not been having a great time? This worked out so well, I think. I think we could do this like regularly.
At least once in a while. Yeah.
I think people would come and have a great evening with us.
Modern
All right.
look.
Well, this one, we're not
Thick,
going to watch a whole
absorbent
bunch of it, but I thought I was going to die watching this. So this is just kind of a recap of the B-2 bombers kind of leveling Iran in every way. But of course, they won the war, and we need to be respectful. So don't.
They won. We must respect their victory.
So despite these B-2s destroying them in total obliteration, they did win, and we should Oh, no, Ziggy, don't you even. All right. Anyways.
I don't watch him. I don't really have.
Don't even start with me. I think
I've seen a couple of his clips.
Normally, he is pretty based. Occasionally, he's kind of a retard. But I think he is hilarious, and I do like a lot of the stuff that he does. But anyway, we're going to jump ahead to around here.
They were trying to come to the negotiation table with Trump and trying to, we'll negotiate now. It's because they're going to try to leverage the possibility of them negotiating to try to get Trump to get Israel to stop attacking them so they can regroup. I think it's very tactical.
All right. Actually, I didn't notice this, but I like to watch his chat too because they
it's hard to read, unfortunately.
They say it is a little bit hard to read, and he is really good at reading chat, which is scary. Like he can read all of this and somehow like pick very specific comments out and like pull them up on the screen. I'm like, I can't even keep track, and I'm pausing. Like you're just yoink. Like okay. Anyway, if you might notice, whenever someone like particularly hair challenged, they normally will do like this. Or like this guy's the bald alien.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
But so normally the chat will be chatting about this, that, or whatever, and like paying attention to what he's saying, and then when someone comes on screen, if they're particularly one way or another, the whole chat will just stop doing what they're doing and just start going crazy. So I didn't notice this one, but okay. So this guy, bald, whatever,
have rearranged their operations.
And Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says the regime will not return to the negotiating table.
What's it say? Small neck boy.
So now this guy, I don't know, and it gets worse. Neck. It gets worse in a second.
As long as Israeli strikes are going into Iran.
Yeah, exactly, because they want to leverage that in order to hopefully have time to regroup.
Back to you.
Yep.
And no indication, Mike.
So when he's in this view,
he sees neck is huge,
and look how much distance between the top of his head and where his eyes start, and then his eyes are so close together.
It's squinty.
And squinchy. And he looks so angry. But then the coup de grace over here, and then look over here, giga neck. Bro got neck and no eyebrows.
He doesn't have any eyebrows. Oh my gosh.
He kind of, there's like something there, I think.
It's a little wispy and gray, I think.
I was noticing, look at this. The distance from this part of his neck to his shoulder over here is like this far. And it's like 8 times that you can't even see the end of it to this direction.
You can't on that side, you're right.
It just keeps going. And I'm trying to imagine what this person would be like in life. Like, this side of his body is just like way extended over here. He's just like way over here. And his arm is like super long. And this side is just like, bleh. Oh my god.
Stop.
Anybody
can
then we look over here. Neck for 2 hands. He looked like a pencil eraser. What? And they just keep going. They just keep
continuing
to erase.
His name is Nicholas. Forehead.
Pretty much have a full-court press, if you will.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty obvious.
Mechanic reporting. Holy shit. I just watched this. I thought I was going to die. And Asmongold, bless his heart, he does not like to make fun of people for how they look, and you shouldn't in general. I agree. 100%.
Dude,
but
I
watching
agree
this
too.
chat, plus, honestly, I think I popped into the stream like around here, and I saw this, and it like scared me at first. I was like, whoa, what is this?
What is going on?
And then I saw the chat, and the chat was just going to town, and I was like, oh my god, this is unreal. Oh my god. Damn. Oh my god. But yes, I do love watching his chat, and they will like, if someone maybe a little bit, let's say, calorie heavy shows up, it is unleashed big time. Oh my god, no, I can't stop.
I need to eat dinner sometime, don't forget. It's usually we're gonna be on our other thing in 30 minutes.
I know. Hold on. I'm sorry, I can't not do it. Let's see. Does he actually say her name? No. Yeah, this bitch. We can't not look at this for a minute.
A health expert?
Yep.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th
her
with great deals on
exercise
whatever
advice.
you're getting into next. What's the move?
Never take advice from this health expert.
So they hired this bitch.
This woman is a health expert?
To like represent, as like the Department of Health and Human Services, or I don't know. We'll see in a second, really, but she's in charge of like the health services, and I don't know if you noticed. She doesn't look overly healthy to me.
Exercise. She doesn't look particularly
it makes you
healthy.
happier, healthier, stronger, able to live out your final years on this earth with dignity and freedom. Exercise is just such a wholesome and helpful thing. Yet there are some people who think that encouraging exercise or even talking about it is toxic.
Do you see this? This is her.
Big girls. Which one? Oh my gosh.
And this one, I don't know if that's what that is, but
I don't think that's a girl. But I think the other three are.
Well,
the purple, the pink, and the one. I mean, I don't know about the one on the right.
Oh yeah, the hair color's not different. You're right.
Right. Yeah.
But this one, I see. I didn't realize. You are definitely right, though. But this one is a health expert.
I'm starting to think that it might not be a bad time to, in the wig businesses, the people that sell wigs. I think that means horses. Most of these things are made out of horse hair.
And wearing beautiful horse mane dyed purple.
Horse manes.
Well, good thing horses still have a use for fat women that think
for their wigs and glue.
So I believe at least these three are influencers that like to talk about being fat is not unhealthy. Like for some reason they think it's not unhealthy, and in fact,
are they still alive?
Most of them not, as we'll come to find out.
Okay, that's what I thought. I had a feeling.
But clearly, this is just a stigma by the non-fats to like shame. Again, they need a scapegoat, and of course, it's the rich, skinny people that are just pointing at the fat people because they're doing all the bad things, and it keeps working, and we don't understand it, and it's just baffling, but it's got to be what's happening.
Just hired.
Well, as I identify as being a rich white person, I would say I just don't care. Much.
We have lost our patience and attention to these matters.
Yes. So I do identify as a rich person, as we
Dr.
established
Phil
earlier.
Asks her like some pretty direct questions, and she like has some pretty interesting.
This is real. It's on Dr. Phil.
Answers.
Holy shit.
Is Virgie Tovar. You may have already heard that the city of San Francisco brought her on.
So she's from San Francisco.
San Francisco hired her.
Cisco. Huh.
The city of San Francisco. Really?
Life is full of surprises.
Months ago as a consultant for the public health department.
Right.
The problem
to consult on weight stigma.
Well, as we'll see in this video, Virgie is not a very big fan of health, and recently she's taken this to a new extreme.
This is like in Parks and Recreation when Ron Swanson got hired to be the director of the company or the government agency just so he could make it not work. Really, it's like a double fucking agent.
Virgie's been hating on exercise. Guys, I've been really trying not to talk about body positivity anymore. I made my points. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. The ideas put forth by the body positivity and health at every size movements are silly. They don't make any sense. They're just not logical.
It's hog logic.
Hog logic, indeed.
Hog logic. I've never heard that term before.
Yep, that's for the fats when they make themselves feel good, that it's actually not a problem to be morbidly obese, and in fact, it's a lifestyle that you should be proud of if it's what you've chosen to do.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, and even with being fat, like there's different levels. Like I used to be overweight, and then
I am currently overweight.
And then there's like, oh my god, and then there's like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? There's like, kind of, I would bucket it into reactionary, just like guttural responses. Like you're either in the like, okay, yeah, you could lose some weight, or you're in the like, anyone telling you that you're fine is lying to you.
How do you actually like do anything when you're that big?
Oh my god, sometimes that's
Like,
what I
you
wonder
can't
too. And I see these
get in a
ladies, their
car?
butt is so big, or like their
how
hips
would
are
you even
so
use a
wide. I'm like,
toilet?
how do you reach anything?
Like,
your arms are so short and your butt's so big.
Like, you can't cook. You can't use a phone. I mean, you can't reach it. You have to get somebody else to pick it up, dial it for you because your fingers are too big. Like, this is nothing you can do for yourself. Like really want to live like that? I don't.
There was someone who sued Uber because they told them that they couldn't take them in their car because they were too fat. Pretty much.
Yeah, they're too big. Sorry.
And the bitch like was like, "No, I can definitely fit." Da, da, da. He's like, "No, like if you try, you're just gonna break my car."
Yeah, you're just gonna destroy this car.
You're gonna break my car. Your ass is too big. It's gonna drag on the ground. Can you imagine? And why the fuck are you not embarrassed by that? You should work on that maybe. Or maybe don't order the tiniest little Uber possible. Order the fucking Escalade that's made for 6 people, because that's what you pretty much are, man.
Yeah.
God.
Yep.
It is crazy.
That's what it is. It's just hog logic. You shouldn't even think about it. It's not even worth talking about.
The best way to win the war against fat is to give up the fight.
But the public health department.
The best way to win is to just give up. That makes no sense to me. I think by definition, when you give up, you didn't win.
Yeah, I think so. I missed something there. Why is this person so happy?
Okay.
Because they gave up and they're allowed to be fat now, even though that person wasn't even
I go check out her
fat.
Instagram and I see she has a problem with exercise now. So I'm like, fine.
No way. I can't believe it. What a twist.
We're making the video. So I guess today we're catching up with Virgie's fresh takes on exercise, health, and
Let's see. Here we go.
This is Pod 5.
All right. Well, anyway,
first
I encourage
fully immersive
anyone
sleep
to
system.
check out this
Intelligent,
episode if you're in
adaptive,
for a big
effortless.
laugh.
It doesn't
This
replace your
was
bed.
just next level. Like you see all like how many things we talked about today so far that are just like. How is this
we
not
talked
like
about today
fiction?
was alligator Alcatraz. I think that's just the coolest.
Well, that's definitely
That's
the coolest
crazy,
because
though.
everything else we talked about was like crazy liberal
Kind of
bullshit
insane. Yeah.
we didn't even have to like make shit up or like take anything out of context. We literally just said, okay, this is what the fucking psychos over here are doing.
Right.
Look how crazy it is. This is
Look at these
absurd.
crazy people. Hey, look at these crazy people. Look at this
And
crazy
I don't
guy. You
know.
almost
We
got
went
him
from
as your
A to
vice
B to
president.
C,
He's
and it
crazy.
just like we went from everybody loves to be creative to everybody to we have to have a scapegoat,
And
which
we
is
have
kind of
to have a
elite.
scapegoat.
And then, of course, the trans. So
And
now we just made
I'm
2
angry
leaps.
and trans every day.
Yeah, he's angry and trans every day because of rich white people that make things worse for everybody and blame it on the trans people.
And the fatties, yes.
And this is their being serious. This is their message to the world that they need everybody to hear. See, we came out today to have fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, we said a lot of things that are true, and we said a lot of things that are just crazy, but we're having fun, and we can
let you be the judge of which was which.
Yeah, you think about it. But I came
Mostly
out
the
here.
Crazy stuff was not me, though.
I mean, yeah, I do a lot of crazy shit, but all I'm saying is we're here to have a good time, and they're trying to speak truths that are just don't even make sense. I swear. Yeah, look at this fat-free hired as health coach. That's how you have to find stuff. It's so ridiculous, but we did have a great time this evening. I am so thrilled. We had a bunch of people joining us, a bunch of new people, and a bunch of old people. I appreciate seeing you as well. It was great. We will be back online in just a little bit to do some games. Not so shiny. And depending, I don't know if Freaks has games tomorrow, but I will at least be doing a investing thing tomorrow, and hopefully he will be joining us as well.
I'm not sure. I have things I have to do, but I'll try to work around you.
Yep, we'll try and make it less long than this, but I think we had a great time. Cool. I think this was a successful first episode of TeamVenture World News.
It's great. I love yelling at liberals. It's the best thing ever.
Well, I just think
makes me happy.
We get to hang out and look at, what's going on in the world and like chill with our friends and just kind of do our thing. So I appreciate everybody. We'll be starting probably around 7:45 because we both got to eat still. Maybe
I gotta eat my food. I still have to cook it. Because I cook my food.
You should get another notification if you're in the Discord when that goes live, and we look forward to seeing you all in a little bit. Have a nice break, and we'll see you soon, fellas.
See y'all soon.
In a land where living fears don't sleep, two heroes roam the secrets they keep. Captain Pav and GONx set the scene, fighting endless hordes, sharp and keen. Through zombie throngs they make a way, in shadows they dance by night and day. With a wink and a nod they never tire, fueled by their bond and burning fire. Oh, TeamVenture, brave and bold, fighting the night, hearts of gold. At Beaver's tables they delight, all you can eat till morning light. Undead minions rise but they stay calm, blading with their secret charm. With every bite they laugh and jest, at Beaver's shelter they find their rest. Captain Pav with a twirl and a spin, GONxFREAKS with a grin always wins. Their rhythm sharp, their timing right, in the darkest hour they bring the light. When the world falls apart and darkness creeps, our duet of heroes